Can I please welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast today's London Assembly plenary meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members, elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, which must be turned on to speak and, of course, turned off once you finish speaking. Can I ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have one apology for absence, which is from Assembly Member Mo Emma.
Thank you. Can I provide an update of the recent activities of the Assembly? On the last full Assembly meeting was the Mayor's question time on the 21st of July. Since then, the GLA Oversight Committee published a report into the GLA procurement processes, focusing particularly on Silvertown Tunnel, the Garden Bridge, Bond Street Crossrail Station, Royal Albert Docks, Silvertown Quays and East Bank. The London Assembly published its annual report for 21-22. The report summarised the work of the Assembly and all its committees along with a look ahead for the year, a summary of achievements, motions and new highlights. And the Fire, Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee responded to an inspection of the London Fire Brigade by Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services. Then August arrived, and I trust that you all managed to have a well-earned break. However, the work did continue, even during the hot weather we had in London. The Housing Committee published a letter to the Mayor outlining the additional recommendation that should be considered to add to the impact of the Kerslake review. The Transport Committee published a response to the ULEZ expansion consultation and the Central London Bus Review consultation. The Fire, Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee published 19 recommendations on the London Fire Brigade's draft Community Risk Management Plan, and the Transport Committee made its thoughts known on the announcement that TfL and the government have agreed a funding deal. Watch this space for more scrutiny of that deal. I spoke on behalf of the Assembly at the UNESCO event remembering the transatlantic slave trade and its abolition. And finally, this week the Transport Committee met to discuss shared mobility. The Economy Committee met to examine the adult education budget in relation to training providers, users and employers. At today's plenary meeting, we focus on the same subject, but from a Greater London Authority perspective. The Planning and Regeneration Committee met with the representatives from the community and civic groups for the first two meetings on the future of the planning in London. And can I ask the committee to note the recommendations set out at item number 2? And can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? And I'll take silence as meaning that there are no interests to declare. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held on the 21st of July 2022 to be signed by me as a correct record? Thank you. We now move on to today's principal business, a question and answer session on the adult education budget. Joining us here in the chamber we have Jules Pipe, CBE, Deputy Mayor for Planning, Regeneration and Skills, and Michelle Cuomo-Boorer, Assistant Director of Skills and Employment, Greater London Authority. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as a chair to the Deputy Mayor. Assembly members may then put supplementary questions to both the guests after taking the lead questions from each of the group. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their questions, and also to the guests, can I please ask you, and I'd be very grateful if you'd be succinct in your answers so that we can get through as many questions as we can. The first question is to the Deputy Mayor. What are the Mayor's priorities for the adult education budget, and what are the key changes that the Mayor has made to how the adult education budget is allocated since it was delegated to the Mayor rather? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, the Mayor's set out his priorities for the AEB in the Skills Roadmap for London, which is available on the GLA website. That sets out the direction of travel for adult education and skills in London over this, not just this mayoral term, but beyond. It includes actions that the Mayor will take over the term to really ensure that skills provision is three things in particular: that it's locally relevant, that it makes an impact, and that it's accessible to all. And those are three guiding principles of the roadmap. In particular as well, of course, there's a clear focus on supporting Londoners get the skills that they need to get into either get into work or to progress into better paid work than they're already in. So that's key to addressing, obviously, the aftermath of the pandemic, and also now the dramatic rises in the cost of living. It outlines the key areas that we see as both fertile in terms of vacancies to get people into, and areas that we can make an impact through the Mayor's powers. So digital, creative, green, health and social care, and hospitality. Now, the second part of your question, the changes that the Mayor's made since the AEB has been delegated to him by the Secretary of State. There are more than a dozen changes, ranging from small to large. A good example, I think, of a small yet significant change would be fully funding British Sign Language courses for all Londoners that are in low-paid work. That's enabled 300. That's funded 300 Londoners to take up British Sign Language. At the other end of the scale, there's the changes that we made to the financial eligibility thresholds, changing that so that anyone in low pay could be fully funded. We estimate that that's helped 20,000 Londoners a year who otherwise would have had to have found the money to out of their low wage. So this is below London living wage. That's the threshold we moved to. We changed the relationship that was previously allowed between providers and their subcontractors, in as much as how much management fee they could charge for when they subcontracted courses, and we have limited that, making more money spent on actually on providing teaching to learners. We're not allowed to spend money directly on SEND services, but what we did do was made provision for the training of lecturers, teachers in learning settings to better address the needs of SEND learners that come for their courses. So it was a continuous professional development approach. A big issue that we tackled was non-formula flexibility, where instead of prescribing that they can only fund accredited courses, being able to tackle some of those soft skills that people lack that prevent them not just entering the labour market, but perhaps even prevent them from even thinking that college could, further education could be for them. And we allowed a 10% flexibility on the money that we give to colleges, and that's again, we're into the thousands of the learners across London who have been supported into that and taken on college courses that they might otherwise not have done or would have dropped out of, and colleges have really welcomed that. Another big thing was the level 3 flexibility, where we're allowing people who even had level 3 qualifications, if they're on low wage, will fully fund another level 3 qualification, which, when you think people losing their jobs, they have been trained in something, they did get a level 3 in it, but they're finding huge difficulty in getting work in that sector, and will for the foreseeable future, so they want to retrain. And so, but if they're on a low wage and that's a barrier to them paying for that training, well, then they're stuck. It's interesting that the government then have followed that, and we've done a number of changes where the government subsequently, sort of 6 months, a year down the line, have then introduced those kind of things nationally. People seeking asylum, fully funding eligible people seeking asylum from AEB-funded provision. Previously, there would have been a co-funding requirement, so it wasn't the fact that they were totally barred from taking courses and being funded, but there was this barrier, halfway barrier that prevented them from doing that, so we removed that. Big thing for the colleges and for learners. We've made a 13.5% uplift to what they were paid. They previously hadn't had an uplift for about 10 years under national, being part of the national scheme. So we've raised those fees by 13.5%. Big issue for attracting staff to teach things like STEM subjects, maths. They had a difficult job retaining staff. That eases that slightly. Funding licenses to practice. Again, not mainstream provision. It's kind of slightly left field, but makes a huge difference to those people who say, well, okay, you funded my course, but now I can't afford the several £100s for whether it's a kind of a door license for in hospitality, or whether it's the practice card for on-site work in construction. And so funding those, and then that gets them over the line from college leaver into actually sort of work on site. So I think those are probably the headline changes that we made. But there's probably about more than a dozen that the Mayor has made.
Okay. Thank you very much for that answer. And the first supplementary question will be from Assembly Member Garrett.
Good morning. We meet again. It's always a pleasure to hear from Deputy Mayor and Michelle. My question, though, is why isn't the Mayor here?
I don't know whether he was asked, but
He was definitely asked and he refused.
I'm not aware of him being asked, not aware of his refusal, so it's not really something I can comment on. I'm rather disappointed I wasn't your first choice. But
Well, okay, but this is one of the largest areas of funding that the Mayor controls. He controls it directly. He's repeatedly asked for more powers in this area. It's a new power that he hasn't had for very long. I think this might be the first time that the Assembly has looked at it in this way. So you might have thought he would come. He has a history, obviously, of not wanting to come before the Assembly. So it looks like he's not taking it seriously by refusing to attend and going off and doing something else. Do you not think it undermines his case for saying it's an important power and an area where he wants even more power if he doesn't turn up?
Well, the Mayor is regularly making the case for further devolution, along with the other combined authorities, to government, and I don't want to take up the committee's time unless asked to do so, but I can list the many interactions with various Secretaries of State over quite a brief period, my interactions with those Secretaries of State and the letters that we have, or on Ministers of State, and the many letters and consultation responses to various questions asked by the government over the last year or so.
I mean, I don't dispute that he's lobbying for more power. I mean, the question is, having already gained this new power, do you not think it undermines his own claim to value it if he doesn't turn up to address the Assembly about what he's doing?
Well, the Mayor put jobs and skills absolutely at the forefront of his last election campaign. So I don't think there's a question mark over the priority that he gives it.
Right, but so he wrote it in a document, but he doesn't turn up to speak to the Assembly and to explain what he's doing to the body whose job is to scrutinise it.
Well, I am here, as I say, slightly disappointed I'm second choice, but I'm here nevertheless to answer those questions on his behalf. If I in any way fail to be able to answer the questions that he would be here otherwise answering, well, then that's a different matter, and we can take that up afterwards. But I mean, I'm assuming that you want to scrutinise the policy and the delivery of the policy, and so it's answers to questions you want. I'm slightly at a loss to go further with your question about the requirement for the Mayor to be here.
Well, the requirement for the Mayor to be here is to be held to account by the Assembly. We frequently invite him to things and he doesn't turn up. And, you know, with no disrespect to yourself, the deputy mayor, we would rather have the mayor here explaining the mayor's policy. He is the decision maker. It's very different from Transport for London or the police, where we also scrutinise the mayor, where there's a complicated, multiple responsibilities involved with commissioners. The mayor directly has the decision-making power on this, doesn't he?
He does.
But he doesn't turn up.
He hasn't on this occasion.
Can you think of an
and
occasion?
I have been sent here instead. And the thing is, I've been sent. I have been requested to come here by yourselves, and I'm happy to do so to answer questions about the adult education budget and the policies behind it and its delivery. Had I known I was going to be answering questions about the mayor's diary, I would have boned up on that instead.
I mean, you don't accept the point at all that it's a sign of disrespect from the mayor that we're quizzing him about one of his important areas of policy. It's a new area of policy. I don't believe we've scrutinised it at plenary before. He's asking, he wants 16 to 18 provision, which he doesn't have. He wants a careers service. He wants the apprenticeship levy. He wants control of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, all those things. But he doesn't want to turn up and explain to us what he's doing, and he doesn't want to talk to us about any of the...
Well, I can only repeat that I didn't know that he was asked to be here. I only knew that I was asked to be here, and here I am.
That's a surprising thing for you to ask me to believe, Deputy Mayor. We always invite the Mayor to every plenary, and it would be fair to say he doesn't always turn up. And so I think I'm expressing, certainly my group, disappointment that he hasn't turned up. The Labour group seem to be quite cheerful that he hasn't turned up. I don't know why that would be, but I would just like to conclude... I would just like to conclude my opening question by saying that I think it is disrespectful of the Mayor not to come along, and it is disappointing that in such an important area of policy he has not attended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next question will be by the City Hall Greens and this Assembly Member Plensky.
Good morning to you both. Delighted to see you.
Thank you.
Jules, as Deputy Mayor, I want to ask you a few questions about people seeking asylum. And it's something you mentioned in your introductory remarks. So first of all, just to applaud, really, that this is an important part of the work of the adult education budget. Now, I know that there's been a lot of focus on improving coordination of ESOL, English for speakers of other languages. Could I ask what other types of courses that you're looking to do or are doing for people seeking asylum?
I mean, we're trying to make access better across the board. I'm sure that there are courses that colleges offer that would be of specific interest to asylum seekers who are seeking to integrate as alongside vocational work courses. But I must admit, I can't think of any off the top of my head. Maybe Michelle can. But the thing that I'm more aware of is the wider access that we're trying to create for all asylum seekers and removing those barriers about funding. As I say, we're looking to do that across the board because there are still some that we'd like to dismantle.
Thank you. My next question was going to be how many courses are you running for people seeking asylum and how many people might that help and how much money is there? But it sounds like that might be something you have to write to me on.
Well, yeah, but I'm not sure that we'll be able to give you numbers because people's immigration status isn't recorded anywhere in the process. It's something that we explored a bit yesterday at the Economy Committee and have previously and probably will do so again about the lack of hard data, which is there, but it's not possible for the GLA to coordinate it because bodies like the HMRC use it. And what data we do have, such as the individualised learner record, again, doesn't have immigration status, nationality recorded on it, and also it's very much a delayed recording mechanism.
If people are seeking... Oh, sorry, Michelle.
I was going to say, just to come in on that, I think it's probably, I'll take it away and we can see if we can do that. I know with a similar situation with Ukrainians, for example, we and the department have not been able to look at how many of those individuals are accessing training due to the requirements that we ask of providers. So it's a national issue.
And what's the specific barrier in terms of national issue? Because there are a few there, but is there one?
I think it's more that we aren't required to, that data isn't held in that way through the individual learner record,
which is a national
documentation for receiving funding for adult education.
That makes sense.
I mean, the director is actively, though, pursuing the officials to see what possibility there is of getting a more detailed breakdown on users, but they would have to start asking those questions. It's not as if it's already held.
And so to ask the question another way around, I suppose, if you're a person seeking asylum, how would you generally find out about one of these courses? Because how can you find them if it's a voluntary kind of declaration?
We have... Oh, sorry, hang on, the last bit. If it's voluntary... Well, they're kind of two separate things. I mean, the lack of them identifying themselves as an asylum seeker means that we can't monitor take-up easily. Right. But the first part of your question, how do they know about the courses? Well, I mean, there's a variety of things that we're doing to promote FE courses alongside the colleges. The Mayor's recent campaign, and that will be an ongoing campaign to advertise courses' existence, but also, I think more crucially to your question, is the kind of proactive intervention with communities. There's a grants program that we're initiating that will pay community coordinators actually out in the community to raise awareness of the opportunities in further education.
Yeah, I was going to say it's worth also noting that we're at the start of the enrolment period at the moment, and initial intelligence we're getting from our colleges who are out enrolling learners across London is that this appears to be a particularly good year for certain parts of the capital, in particular around those, they're seeing a significant increase in refugees and asylum seekers coming forward for training, and particularly around ESOL. Now it's early days, so we'll see how that translates. But
and it's
anecdotal, but it shows that it's positive, and the messages through the various marketing campaigns and community outreach that is getting through to those people.
Thank you. Also anecdotal, because that's a problem when we don't have hard data. I'm sure lots of people in this chamber have the experience of meeting Londoners who are refugees, having conversations with them, and very often they have skills and experiences in their original country, and then they've come now and this is their home, but they can't do the jobs in the place they have skills and expertise. Is there anything being done to match that skills gap, or not skills gap, I guess, retraining or bringing people on board gap?
Yes, I mean, an example would be the effect of the implementation of our No Wrong Door approach, whereby, whatever... For a long time, we've often complained this about this for decades, that people seeking work or training will go to somewhere within the public system, and that bit of the system won't be able to signpost them to the right place easily. So we're working with London councils to try, and DWP, to try and overcome that. And I saw it firsthand with the Mayor when we visited an organisation in East London that is a coordination hub for this, and we sat in on an information session for Afghan refugees, and I saw their information being given about how you negotiate the system, what is on offer, what support is on offer, and specifically what support and they described it as sort of hand-holding that would go on with those refugees to help them get into work, including identifying what transferable skills they had, what skills that they could actually use without just being transferable. Specifically, if they were a mechanic in Afghanistan, finding how could they do that here, where it was less immediate, how they could be placed, what transferable skills did they have, and all that was a very live conversation. So I've seen it session firsthand.
Brilliant. That's all for now, but just to secure the commitment that either or both of you will write to me with the data when you have it, or at least for reasons why you can't write to the data.
What we can say, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask Assemblymember Ahmed to ask the lead question on behalf of the Labour Group?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. Great to see you here. Deputy Mayor, as you know, we are now predicted very sadly to be going into a recession and the associated high unemployment that will come with that. Through the adult education budget, how is the GLA going to support Londoners through what is going to be a turbulent time?
Well, I think as I said in my opening remarks, the skills roadmap was drawn up in the sort of the last months, half year of the pandemic, of the height of the pandemic. So it was very much created with an eye on recovery from an economic hit. And I think the cost of living crisis is really going to extend that difficulty for people. So I think the emphasis on getting people into work, upskilling them to be able to take on better paid work, and the work through the no wrong door approach is going to be as relevant as it was when we envisaged this just about being exiting the pandemic. There are obviously other schemes we can talk about, things like Multiply and boot camps that have been introduced as a I'm trying to avoid the word quick fix because it's not. But a kind of an immediate on the ground supply of support and training, specific job focused training for people.
Okay, thank you. Could you tell us, Deputy Mayor, how successful the Mayor's policies around careers guidance have been in the capital so far?
Well, I suppose the definition of careers guidance in its purest form, if we're talking about advice to people on careers, I mean, that's the Mayor's support previously has been through the LEAN, the Education Advisor Network, the coordination of which was paid for by the Mayor but relies on volunteers to go into schools. The Mayor committed that every school who wanted one, secondary school that wanted an advisor would get one in London. This has now moved on to the hubs that we now have across London, again working with the voluntary advisors in schools. Clearly there's other places that we are funding and supporting the giving of advice. No Wrong Door, the Academies Program as well is effectively creating pathways for people, joining together the sort of the school leaver or the unemployed person with the right training opportunity that is connected to someone who potentially has work, bringing in the colleges to that so that the training is the right training, so that they don't go through it and an employer says, well, the training's not quite right, so we have to train them again, so I might as well just get somebody who's already experienced and 40 years old and who's already employed somewhere else, you know. So so there is that.
Thank you, and that was very comprehensive. My final question, Michelle. As we know, people over 50 often find it the most difficult to get into work. Can you explain how the adult education budget is actually supporting this cohort of people?
Yeah, of course. So the adult education budget supports anyone over the age of 19 up to, I would say 99, but maybe we have some older learners than that. And there are clear kind of focuses from different types of providers around different age cohorts. I haven't got the facts and figures for how many people we fund who are over the age of 50, but we can certainly provide that to you, and that is published.
60,000.
There we go.
1920. Over 50s, 60,000 of the 213,000.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just to add to that, our No Wrong Door, which Jules has already spoken about, has two specific programmes which are there to support the over 50s as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask Assembly Member Bukhari to ask the lead-off question, please, for the Liberal Democrats?
Morning. So I'd like to start with what the value you've added to Londoners by using the Mayor's delegated powers on adult education over the next year? What will you be adding value-wise?
I think I'm slightly the wrong person to ask. I think that would be best probably yesterday to the college and the other colleges. And I think that they would tell a positive story about how we've enabled them to give greater access to learners. I think that's probably the key thing. I would hope that this is going to lead to a greater greater employment rate, ease of access of people into employment as well. But obviously it's too early to tell because we haven't got the data, and the data we will have that we discussed yesterday, the London Learner Survey, it's going to be statistical and proportional. It's not going to be absolute. We're not going to get 100% return rate on surveys of learners leaving further education. But I'm hopeful that that's going to evidence the both access to work, and also we're measuring the impact that we're measuring isn't just about employment. It is also about well-being as well, and we ask numerous questions about people's related to people's well-being, for which we continue to see that as a key output and benefit that we're seeking from adult education, not only as a route into employment.
And I wanted to ask specifically about data. You were talking about that earlier, about the lack of data, but have you got any idea about how many new courses will be delivered that would not have been delivered before the AEB was delegated? And how many adult education learners you'll be able to fund this year that would not have received that funding before delegation?
Well, through the London Learner Survey, but then we haven't got comparative earlier years, so
we can certainly say things like the introduction of funding those earning below the London living wage has allowed at least 20,000 Londoners a year to access funding that wouldn't have done already, and that's really important. I think it's probably fair to say that we've been through a pandemic, so enrolment numbers did dip in that pandemic. We've got to remember institutions were shut for periods of time. But what the focus has been, I think, since the Mayor has taken over this, has been who is accessing that training, and are those the people that we really want to be reaching, and how are we enabling greater access to groups that really could value and use the funding support.
What's important to me is that we actually see a real difference, because it has been a delegated power that, compared to what we've experienced before. And the learners that we've noticed, just statistically, they have been dropping. Despite the Mayor making it a priority that number of learners participating in English and maths courses, they did fall. What actions are you going to be taking to ensure that more learners do participate in those particular courses in the future?
As I mentioned, the campaign and also the active intervention with communities, continuing to work with the colleges. They are also actively, obviously, recruiting learners. And as Michelle said, the signs this year for this enrolment period looks as if there's a real bounce back. I mean, I think it would be a mistake to focus too much on the last couple of years of statistics as an indicator of long-term trend. They're important in terms of the understanding the impact of the pandemic, and we did an awful lot of work to maintain learning. There were various funds that we introduced to colleges to enable a pivot onto online learning in many courses where they hadn't done it, for example. So those figures and those changes over the period of the pandemic, and now with the cost of living crisis, they are important in the short term, but I don't think that they're an indicator of long-term trends in participation, which looks as if it is recovering and will be up.
One of the things that you mentioned, though, is the funding that you provide for the British Sign Language courses for Londoners, and also upskilling teaching staff, which is fantastic. But those are also courses that you mentioned 300 allocated, but only 40 learners enrolled into those courses, 70 enrolled in the funded courses for the teacher learners with SEND. So what about those numbers? Why are they so low as well? Are you going to say again it's because of the pandemic?
Yes, I mean there's obviously had a significant impact on people's ability to do face-to-face contact, willingness to travel throughout that period. There's clearly huge difficulties that had to be overcome. I think it's interesting to note that actually London's drop was 11% less than the drop elsewhere nationally. So our figures have held up better than elsewhere.
What about the grant allocations? We've got approximately about 83% of the adult education budget for 2022-23 has been distributed to training providers, but the majority of that actually just went to the exact same training providers that you received funding prior to delegation. So actually, there have been very little changes to the way the adult education budget has been funding its allocation since it was delegated. And given that so few changes have been made, how do you feel like you're really going to get that impact and that change that you were talking about earlier?
Well, I don't think that the changes have been minimal. As I've outlined at the beginning, I think there have been a range of changes, some of them significant. But that's got to be seen in the context, as I said yesterday, as we explained yesterday, that the basis on which the mayoralty and the MCAs were received their either delegation in our case or devolution elsewhere was that it was on the basis that there would be stability in the period of handover and in the ensuing years. So the idea that even if the mayor was minded to simply remove a particular college's funding rather than work with it to alter direction by evolution rather than revolution, the mayor would not, the DFE would not, as well as the colleges, would not take kindly to that.
Well, you were talking about comparatively, we're doing better than other parts of the country, and yet we should be leading the way as an example of what when delegation works and it can be a success.
And I think we are.
And yet I don't see enough changes happening within the way you're funding the budget.
There is a lot of work done with the other MCAs, so a lot of the changes are actually done quite in concert with the other MCAs, but there are also changes that we have made that we've been in the vanguard of, and they have followed. I would challenge anyone who points to another another devolved area and says that they have done more and gone further.
A change that we discussed yesterday at the Economy Committee was the need for flexibility. Is this something that you can then at least look at? Yesterday, James Watkins from the London Chamber of Commerce said that we were in a skills crisis and that businesses wanted flexibility, that it should be demand-led. And Dr. Charlene from the Head of Research from the Townby Hall said that adult education needed to be student-led. Now, will you consider more community engagement using a peer research approach to empower learners and make courses fit around their learning needs and styles? That would be a real progressive change.
Well, I think that is an approach that the colleges do increasingly take. I mean, on the point of flexibility, we introduced the 10% flexibility, which I don't believe is anywhere in the national scheme at all. We are still. They haven't copied that yet. So we allow that 10% flexibility for non-accredited courses. We will always keep that under review, how the degree to which we can allow further flexibility on that. But we do have other outcomes that we want to see, and there can't be endless amount of flexibility. I would love to be able to, that we could fund more of that intervention on low-level
Are we saying
soft
creative
skills.
courses rather than
Assemblymember
low?
Bukhari,
No, I'm talking about soft
Assemblymember
skills.
Bukhari,
Yeah.
you're out of time.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor, you don't need to answer the question any further on that.
No, I'd like to.
No,
It's
but-
just because I
But
think.
you don't have the time to answer that question because it's coming off the clock somewhere.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's okay. That's okay. Somebody else asked me about soft skills.
Right. The next questions are going to be taken are in the order and people have raised their hands. In fact, I did raise my hand first. So I think I will, at least in my mind. So I will ask the next questions, if you would take over, okay? Sure. And then we'll come on to the order which Rebecca has written down here. Deputy Mayor, the Mayor has called for devolution of the 16 to 18 education budget. Can you provide an update and whether you're asking for this delegation to be devolved further for 16 to 18-year-olds?
Yes, I mean, the Mayor continues to make the point, along with all the MCAs, that there should be a greater role for such bodies to coordinate post-16 education. There's the hardline separation that exists between sort of sixth form funding and further education, particularly, you know, when so many institutions, further education institutions are handling the 16 to 18 courses, is an anomaly in trying to sort of plan for a unified, coordinated skills approach. But it's not the overarching priority in our asks. We have many more asks ahead of that in terms of devolution, such as apprenticeship funding, for example.
Thank you. As we are facing a cost of living crisis, and of course we could very well be going towards a recession, the need for people to retrain will become greater, and there's been a long argument there should be a pan age group careers advice from the 16 right to the people who are on the other end. Is there an argument, right, that we should be having, we should be recommending a pan all-age London-wide career guidance, and that this is time to apply pressure to the government to London to be able to do this?
Well, as Michelle said, I mean, there is no age limit to the people that the services that we fund will advise, such as through the No Wrong Door program that we've instituted. But there is a lack of funding overall. The advice and guidance, career advice and guidance, has been increasingly a Cinderella service over the last 20 plus years under different governments, where it's changed hands numerous times. The responsibility for it has changed hands numerous times. What it's called has changed endlessly. As the various services waxed and waned, the locations of those services to local residents have changed, and it's been for the last 20 years, local government has been calling for greater control over it, to give it both financial and the appearance of stability within the community, so people know where to go. I don't want to belittle what has been provided by City Hall over the years in terms of the Education Advisor Network. I am incredibly grateful to those business people who give up their time to go into schools and do this. But we as a country, as a capital city, are relying on a voluntary service to provide careers advice and guidance within schools, and it's only intervention by the Mayor, such as No Wrong Door, that is providing that, and alongside the DWP, that is providing adult careers guidance, and so more cash to do something more developed, more permanent, would always be very welcome. And that's what we mean, I think, when the Mayor says, I would like careers and guidance devolved to us. So effectively what we, there's so little done nationally now, we just like working in that space. We're effectively asking for the funding to do it.
What I'm saying, is that there should be a pan-age, one-stop career guidance for Londoners. Are we providing that? And if we're not, should we be providing it? That's the question I'm asking.
So, just to clarify, I suppose, what Jules was saying is careers guidance is effectively split between us in London and government. So, as Jules has explained, the careers hubs are working with young people. Yeah. Government funds the adult side. I think the answer is probably yes. That's what the Mayor has called for, an all-age careers service for London. So
there should be a pan-age, one-stop career advice for Londoners.
Yeah, which is what we're trying to do through the no wrong door approach. That's not done. As I was saying. What we try and deliver is not age specific.
Okay. Thank you very much. The next question will be by Assembly Member Joanne McCartney.
Thank you. My first question is to Jules. You mentioned earlier you'd given a funding uplift to FE providers, which I know was very welcome, but in no way is it going to set it off against the rises in inflation, particularly in energy bills, for example. So if further funding is not given by central government, what are the possible outcomes that could mean for FE providers and students in the city?
All institutions, public or private, are going to face a huge difficulty, particularly on energy costs, if unless a very interventionist cap is introduced, and aside from energy, many prices are rising. Colleges, as I said, haven't had any uplift since in their rates for 10 years. We've uplifted by 13.5%, but overall the budgets have declined hugely from 10-15 years ago. And also the sort of 16 to 18 budgets that we're not responsible for haven't kept pace with demand either within further education institutions, but have done better than post 18. So I would say that the future is bleak unless this is addressed.
Okay, thank you. And my next question then is to Michelle, if I can. We've heard anecdotally that students are facing real pressures of living costs, for example, the difficulties of travelling to and from college, ability to buy food, for example. What are you aware that colleges are doing to support their students, and is there anything that the GLA could do?
So I think we heard from a college yesterday, actually, at the Economy Committee, which talks a little bit about what they're doing. But I think colleges, all training providers will have a range of options, and they put on things over and above probably their role to support their students. Certainly in terms of the GLA, we provide learner support funding, which providers can apply to us, in effect, for, and they tell us what they're using that for, and that can go to support those additional costs that learners will face, which could be a barrier to their learning.
And is that fund sufficient, or are you looking to uplift that?
I think it's within the total pot of the adult education budget, so we carve that out separately. I would suspect we would be seeking additional funding. We've been calling government to restore the levels of FE funding, adult education budget funding, since to pre-recession levels. I would imagine with cost of living crisis, there are going to be more students who are facing more difficulties, and we would therefore want to support more of them.
Okay, and I know around this chamber we're very concerned, and we believe that the safest place for young people is in education. But obviously there is a real danger that dropout rates could increase. Apart from funding, if that is needed, that they could apply for, what other work is taking place with colleges to encourage particularly young people who are thinking of dropping out to actually stay in education?
So we do provide other forms of funding, again, to support. So the flexible funding that Jules spoke about earlier is also there to provide sort of wraparound services to support those students. So those students that may be experiencing difficulties or at risk of dropout. We know that institutions will carry out a range of different services to support those students. They obviously want learners to be staying in and learning to benefit themselves either with future work, but also for their success rates. Colleges are measured quite clearly by Ofsted on the success rates of their courses, and they want to keep people in those. So there is a package of support that we provide, and then there's additional work that our colleges provide as well.
Thank you. But are you monitoring very
yes,
strictly
we always do.
those drop-offs?
We always have
yeah.
a look at,
Okay,
those
thank
rates.
you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next question is from Assembly Member Bailey.
Good morning, Michelle and Jules. I hope you're doing well. Great to see you again. Long time no see. Let me just start with this first question. How do London's enrolment and qualification rates compare to other AEBs across the country?
I'm looking to Michelle to...
I don't have that data in front of me. So I think we certainly said, or Jules mentioned earlier, that we were sort of 11% better than our colleagues across the country throughout the pandemic. We can provide you with that level of information. I believe that is all published.
Oh, yeah, because that will be fundamental.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the two questions that my Lib Dem colleagues have asked and my Labour colleague just asks, that will be fundamental to asking for more money. If the Mayor wants more money and more power, because already I've looked at all of the delegations, since this power has been delegated, if you look at all the combined authorities, we receive 43% of that funding, you know, and we're only 15% of the population. So if that's the case, the Mayor has to demonstrate that we have better rates if he's going to ask for more money. So that is a very important
that was based on historical participation.
So there's some complexities to that as well in terms of in terms of residents. It's also sort of levels of deprivation calculated into that. So hence London having a larger share of the funding and proportionally to population. Mm-hmm. So there's we can provide you again with some of that information as well.
And the cost of inevitably the cost of providing it in London compared to elsewhere.
Yeah, I understand it, but again, that's we had a very generous settlement. If you're in Manchester, this makes pretty uncomfortable.
From memory, I'm sure though the stats that I've seen actually are totally commensurate with the amount that the numbers that we do. So, because at one point we were concerned that they might change the formula to simply on a purely numbers-driven basis, as if there was no difference in costs between London and elsewhere. And I was kind of quite relaxed when I saw it because I thought it wouldn't have changed the amount that much.
We can give you that.
So we'll give you the exact
in one of our
answers.
Consultation responses, the modelling associated with that.
Yeah, I'd really, because that is the number, isn't it? That justifies. Because I happen to think, particularly around careers, the Mayor is correct to ask for those powers and that money as well. Because careers advice nationally and certainly in London has been subpar. Let's use that term. You've also changed the rules around who can access the funding, who can get training and stuff. And a lot of the people who are now eligible for training potentially won't be Londoners. And surely this money should be focused on Londoners. If you've removed the requirement for residency for 3 years, and you've also removed the requirement for certain people. So potentially I could live elsewhere, my family members could live elsewhere, come and study and then go back. Am I wrong or right about that?
No, the residency term is in terms of immigration, not in terms of residency of address in London. It's for Londoners and who live in London, and any changes that we make regarding immigration, it's about it's still focusing on people with long-term residency within the capital. So, for example, the change we made to the relatives of European nationals. The European national themselves already had the right to access further education. If you have someone from France who is settled here in London permanently, why would in a family, why would the head of the household have access to further education, but their partner not have access to further education? So we removed that residency test.
And the system, as you've modified it, would require that person to be in London, stay in London, use those qualifications in London. I only say that because obviously there's a demand here, and if we're spreading too thin, it defeats our ability to help people in
I mean, it's really only treating those people the same as everybody else. So, you know, you or I could take a further education course tomorrow and next week leave, or rather over the next year, and then once we've finished, move to Manchester. But you know, so there's no way that we can, you know, have London training for Londoners and only Londoners, and they have to remain Londoners. But it's taking a uniform approach to everybody.
Okay,
to all long-term residents. But you know, as I say, it's when I say long-term residents in currently now based in London, and who there is no reason to believe that they are here only for training. I mean, I can't imagine that many people come to London and say, I must come to London for a bit of FE training and then leave again.
But they could do, and that's the point.
I'm not sure. I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware of any significant degree of further education tourism.
And I sincerely hope not. But we just need to ask. Just to return back to this question of careers development and careers advice. Has the mayor produced a plan as to what he would do with that money, that power?
I'm struggling to think whether it's been formalised. Is it in the
call for action?
Yes, the document. I was trying to think whether there was like a specific document I could refer to. And yes, there's the call for action that the mayor put forward to the government with alongside London councils. And was it with the MCA as well, or just the councils? Yeah, it was just us. So it was just London. So it was us, and with the support of London councils for what we would like to see. And what would happen, what the mayor's proposal was for that provision, and it's in there.
How detailed?
And it's on the website, isn't it? Yeah, it's on the website.
How detailed was that? Did it talk about sums of money, activities, or was it just a general call for the power and all the money?
There was detail. There was further detail than just simply the power, but I mean, it wasn't a detailed delivery plan. No.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Assemblymember Duval.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund and the skills in London, how does that fund adequately replace the funding London received for the skills from the EU, and how does that factor into the work of the adult education budget?
Thank you for that question. It is of a huge concern to us about how the government has gone about the replacement of European monies, and it's quite complex. The sort of teaming and lading between years, the tailing off of European money, and the ramping up of UK SPF, and in particular the way that money has been is being made available through UK SPF for sort of the people and place strands, but not skills. And skills does not come in through UK SPF until 2024-5, and our European funding programs run out of money at the end of this summer. So end of this financial year. Hang on. We're 22 now, so 23. So yeah, so it'll end in 23. So there will be a full year of gap where there is no funding for all those significant, very diverse range of services that the GLA boroughs fund with that money. And this does touch heavily on what I was saying before. I was going to say about soft skills. and moving the people furthest from the labour market closer to it, furthest from education to it. The Mayor's intervention about funding community groups and community leaders to be active in communities to draw people in and make them aware of the opportunities in further education and promote it within their communities. It's those kind of intervention, low-level interventions that, as you well know, and members here will well know, that that European money was used for. It's the kind of fund the kind of things that all the formal services don't touch, because they're not allowed to. There are too many strictures on them. Whereas the flexibilities that money had ends in, that those services will end next year.
And it's not like this has not been known. This is not like the immediate crisis. This was planned from as soon as we knew we were leaving Brexit, how we would do it. There was going to be that. So government are aware of this. It's not just because they're concentrating on their own internal leadership issues. This little problem has crept up on them. So in that sense, has there been any effort from government to help and support those around that gap, or are they just prepared to let those things go? And can you just describe, paint me some pictures of the type of projects that are at risk in terms of a very difficult, challenging time in the economy of growing skills to actually get people back whenever there are good times, if we can call them that. I think there will be different times. How does that work?
The government are very aware of the problem, and they did say that there might be some possibility to some flexibility about continuing to support certain organisations in that period that were going to collapse. But my understanding is that the bar was set so high to trigger that payment, it's virtually meaningless, is my understanding. It goes beyond, the technical financial bit goes beyond my day-to-day understanding, but I don't know whether Michelle's got anything more on that.
No, I think in effect, when we looked at the way the government was setting out what they could fund in that gap, actually there was no one in London that would have been eligible for that, receiving that funding in any case, despite the plethora of programmes that we run.
But although they wouldn't have been eligible, the idea that there isn't groups funding, taking that low-level intervention that will be affected is just simply not true. But they just didn't meet the criteria.
Chair, if I may, just in terms of direct question to you, if we can reach a bipartisan approach here in the Assembly, would we write on behalf of the London Assembly to government saying how crucial this is, and we shouldn't just wait for a disaster to happen, but try and seek some solutions to it and give support for those people working on the ground so they know what they're facing and doing, if we can, because I suspect there will be a bipartisan approach if we deal with it properly. But it's really just thinking it through. I don't think the government want to place pressure on skills at a time of the economic challenges we face here in this country, and we need to motor on that if it's part of the growth economy. So if we could look into that, I'd be grateful.
Chair, that support would be very welcome, and it is already a cross-party issue because all the MCAs are led by different party mayors, mayors of different parties, and all the MCAs are at one on this issue about that gap year and the impact that it would have.
Yeah, I think something we can pick up offline here, Deputy Mayor, and come back to you about that. Okay. The next question is by Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. My question is to you, Michelle. What are the current skills gaps facing London, and how will the adult education budget tackle them?
Great, thank you. That's a huge question, because I think we heard yesterday.
And I only got 5 minutes. So.
Okay, a huge question. We heard from.
And I've got a supplementary as well.
Different groups yesterday. So there are a range of different skills gaps across the capital. If we look at the kind of business voice, we heard yesterday at the Economy Committee that different sectors are experiencing significant skills shortages. I think someone referred earlier as it being a skills crisis in some sectors. We are particularly focused through the adult education budget on the sectors that we think are experiencing the most significant shortages, and those are the hospitality sector, the green industries, health and social care, digital sector, to really focus on the skills those industries require to support them.
Right. Okay. I want to take this the few minutes I've left to put forward the views of a leading adult education provider in my constituency, and this question is to you, Jules, as Deputy Mayor. The New City College caters for some 17,000 adult enrollments. They are leading sort of provider in this field. They recognize with gratitude the responsiveness and inclusive approach that GL has taken with adult education. The value of localized agile decision-making, they say, cannot be underestimated, and would encourage the GLA to go further to ensure that Level 2 qualifications are all fully funded to feed into the Level 3 bootcamp program. Without this first rung on the ladder, genuine opportunities can remain out of reach for some. They tell me that currently 19 to 23-year-old learners without an existing full Level 2 qualification are not funded to do the majority of Level 2 qualifications, and this cycle needs to be broken. I recently hosted some of their construction adult workers on a visit to City Hall, and they feel that by meeting them and a chance to explore local government demonstrate that there's a whole generation out there ready to be active members of the London community. If we keep them well, we will all be in safe hands. That's their message to you, Deputy Mayor, through me. And I thought I would use my remaining time to put forward their views as a leading adult education provider in London. 17,000 adult enrollments speaks for itself, and they do fantastic work. They're also based in Hackney as well, but all across East London. Comment.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you to relay that. We do work very closely with a whole range of colleges, and I think the relationship is very strong between the team and the colleges, and that's reflected, I think, in their comments. I'd like you to, if you could, write to me with the particular point about the Level 2 funding, though, because I think it's a problem giving a response to that. Try and give a response to that off the top of my head, but that gap. But I'd like to address that.
Okay, I think in essence, and I'm running out of time, but I want you to look at basically what they say about Level 2 qualifications. Can we actually fund it properly?
Oh, if it's simply about increasing the rates, as I say, yes, we would love to with more money. I mean, the thing is that this is the largest revenue budget that the GLA actually runs, and so making even a small increase, relative increase in that, obviously has a large cash sum attached to it as a percentage of 340 odd million. Yeah, I'd want to give a considered response rather than off the top of my head.
Thank you. And if they do invite you out, I'm sure you would accept the invitation to go and see how the education program works. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, I do regularly visit colleges, so that's
what New City College in particular.
A lot of constituency work here again. Okay, next question is by Assembly Member Plenary.
Thank you very much, Chair. We're in a climate crisis, and we know that the solutions to both the cost of living crisis and the energy crisis and the climate crisis are one of the same. They're the same solutions. And one of the biggest ones at the moment is that we need to insulate homes. So I want to ask you about your green jobs. Citizens UK have been in touch with me. In April 2021, they wrote to the Mayor to ask for an annual report on green jobs, particularly around insulating homes. Will we be getting those regular reports?
On green jobs?
Particularly on insulation or on skills training for insulation.
That's not something I'm aware of, that commitment to supply rolling on numbers. No. So
okay.
If you could write to me, and we'll take it up. So the commitment came from
Citizens UK. So they asked for particularly actually on green jobs. So if we broaden that out,
right.
For a regular report on green jobs.
Oh right. Okay. Sorry, it's not something I'm aware of. I mean, happy to look into it. I mean, I worry about even saying this. We go down the rabbit hole of what is a green job, which I know that I think it was Assemblymember Garrett wrote to me, and it was quite a comprehensive letter that we returned back on what is a green job. So perhaps we could probably start with agreeing how widely they want to draw.
Okay, and that's a conversation we could have another day, but we're in a crisis right now. So let me put it another way. Do we have means to track capacity for people to insulate homes, install heat pumps, these kind of very specific measures that need to happen right now?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. We explored it yesterday at the Economy Committee. And I addressed this head on, and what I said I think was broadly supported by the head of Waltham Forest College that was there, and that's what I suppose I could describe it as a cart-horse thing. Yes, there is a desire for people to insulate their homes and install energy-saving measures such as heat pumps, but there is a difference between a desire to do it, an ambition to do it, and the intention to do it that translate into demand, and demand translated to employers wanting to take on trained people to insulate, and therefore the knock-on effect to colleges to provide the training courses. Colleges are not going to provide the training courses in advance of employers requiring the employees.
This is about leadership, though, isn't it? That if there's leadership to say, let's get these people trained, then of course there'll be demand, because we know the cheapest bill is the one you don't have to pay.
I'm sorry. The Mayor is showing leadership on the whole climate crisis in various ways and trying to highlight its importance, but he cannot dictate to colleges that you will train people for whom there is currently no job demand. And I'm meaning that in a very precise way. I am not saying for a moment there is no demand for energy-saving measures and insulation. There clearly is. But when it comes to colleges employing trainers, creating facilities in which to train people, to them the demand will be they have people coming to them asking for training positions because there is the reality, there's prospect of a job, a job in that sector.
I feel like that's far too casual. We are in a climate crisis, and the Mayor, as you say, accepts that. We know that insulating homes is the best way to prove energy efficiency. The cheapest bill is the one you don't have to pay. So surely it's the Mayor's role and yours as Deputy Mayor to show leadership on this and actually make sure that that capacity is there.
And the leadership he is showing is writ large through all the work he is doing on the climate crisis, and which is including trying to stimulate demand. Stimulating demand and making the provision available through colleges and encouraging that provision through, for example, the Academies Program, where we have a number of green academies. But at the end of the day, it is demand-led.
I'd just like to run through some numbers with you. So I met with Friends of the Earth in May 2021. They wrote to the Mayor and I handed in that letter. The Mayor hasn't responded to that letter, and it would be great if he could do. But their estimate was we need 50,000 people for retrofit trained in London. Now, you do have 55,000 students in your adult education budget, so that looks good if you're going to match that 50,000. But actually, just 90 of those are studying building-related work. It's clear that there's a huge problem coming right at us.
Yeah, and I think that the real big problem is translating ambition that people have into action.
So what would you say is your role as Deputy Mayor and the Mayor to do, translate that ambition? The ambition is clearly there, so where's the action?
Well, as I say, the Mayor is attempting to stimulate demand. The leadership he is showing through all the action he is taking and continues to take on climate change initiatives. My role in relation to further education is to make sure that the provision is there and it is responsive, but we cannot dictate to colleges that they will provide courses for which there are not people in front of them wanting those courses. The colleges would be more than happy to provide those courses. We stand ready to provide the money. The academies are doing the number of academies that we have in the green sector is trying to marshal those resources and get people through the doors, guide people into them where they can. But as I say, your question was, how has this moved on? It's enabling people to actually insulate and retrofit that currently can't or don't. For example, the huge private rental sector in London. The landlords have insufficient incentive to retrofit, and it's the tenants that are paying the price. In my role, I cannot make that the responsibility of college principals.
I can see Michelle's coming in, but I'm wanting to come in, but I'm about to run out of time. But perhaps I could ask you to write to me, Michelle, if you're happy to do that. Thank you both very much.
Thank you. The next question is by Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good morning, Jules. We've talked about the devolution of responsibility to the Mayor's office, and with that devolution comes that great responsibility as well, especially, as you said, where this is the largest revenue budget that we control. So I have some particular concerns around that money being used properly and efficiently, especially around the auditing of subcontractors. And I think there's some very significant challenges there. Can you tell us what you're doing to mitigate those risks?
Yeah, I think that's probably one for Michelle, really.
Yeah, so in terms of subcontractors, I think this came to a recent audit committee that one of my team attended. So we do have quite a close look at subcontractors. We have, our relationship is obviously with the top tier provider. And with that top tier provider, so often colleges, local authorities, we set out a series of requirements about how they manage their subcontractors, which also includes, for example, management fee caps on that top tier provider as well, to ensure that they are parcelling that funding down correctly. That provider at the top is expected to carry out all the sufficient checks to make sure that that funding is utilised correctly, and that there is no sort of misuse of that funding in any way, and those checks are set out in our funding rules as well.
Okay, so when you say the provider at the top, is that where our scrutiny stops, or where the Mayor's scrutiny stops, just with that top provider?
So we are responsible for directly funding the top tier provider. We set out a series of sort of rules that they need to follow in terms of their subcontracting, and we do also look at the information through, so the way the ILR is returned, subcontractors have to return that information as well, and we make sure that that information is correct. But our relationship is with that top tier provider.
Okay. Because there are a couple of cases that came forward. You've been lucky because we've lost power here, so it's gone off my computer. So some of this will be from memory and some of this will be from my notes. But there was a particular case about some providers failing to declare subcontracting of delivery. But my concern there was that this was highlighted by Ofsted. And so it was Ofsted that came to us and told us of this issue. So how did we, or why did we miss that?
So I can't tell you how we missed that because I haven't got all of that information with me, but certainly I know that we're strengthening the checks on that. Now, if a provider doesn't declare subcontracting, they are in effect in breach of the grant agreement or contract we have with that organisation, so we take that quite seriously. In terms of where we do find that, we make sure, and obviously we follow the correct procedures as came in that sense.
So that's great, because that leads into something else I was going to ask about, which was another issue with improper subcontracting, where the learners, they understood there was going to be sort of a job interview or a job prospects or something afterwards, and that didn't manifest itself. And I think there was something in the region of about £600,000 lost, I think, with that contract.
I don't know the specifics of that.
So this is where you've lucked out. I had it on my screen.
I can take that away and get back to you on it, so, but I'm not aware of that.
But you can give us confidence that when you've got these sums of money that's been lost, that we're actively chasing that, so we can redirect that back to those Londoners that we're all talking about who need that support.
Absolutely.
It would be awful
we take that
money.
very seriously. So I have a number of a team of managers that are responsible for those areas. If we find any irregularities, we look into that with quite some seriousness. We have panels of auditors who then support us with that, and then we take appropriate action. We have taken funding back off institutions where we have found that there are irregularities, and we would continue to do that.
So you'd impress me if you can tell me how much, in terms of clawback cash.
So I couldn't possibly tell you that now, but I can certainly take these.
Could you write to us with that? Because I think we would be, we'd like to be reassured that any money that's being inappropriately used is clawed back and redirected at Londoners. Jules, for you, there were some areas of serious concern raised by the audit committee. Specifically, there were 5 issues which I'll read out. One was that reports and certificates had not always been received by the GLA for contracts worth over 100,000. There was another concern that the conflict of interest policy wasn't robust enough. There was another one around key information missing on names of some subcontractors, and that included payments and amounts. Contingency plans were not in place for all education institutes to account for subcontractors who cannot continue with the contract. So that's where a course isn't delivered halfway through. And instances where there were no legal agreements between education institutes and subcontractors. So these were specifically highlighted by the Audit Committee. Can you tell me how that's been progressed and how we can be reassured that these issues are being tackled?
I'll need to write to you on the detail, but overall, the audit rating was adequate, so it should have been better. You're right that there were 5 areas identified concerning checks and approvals. So in one particular area, there were 5 areas of concern. Where improvement was identified. Those were all accepted by the GLA and are actively being addressed. Happy to write to you about the way that they are being addressed.
People are throwing active laptops at me now around this Ofsted case, and so I was right with the figure. It was 336,000 that had been lost, so it was chasing that up. So mindful of all the conversations we've had, mindful of these concerns, mindful of this money that we are losing out of the system that should be going to help Londoners, be it to create green jobs, be it to get them back into employment, be it to help older people and retraining. This is an important issue that needs to be monitored all the time. So almost scooping back to when you and Assembly Member Garrett were flirting earlier, how many conversations are there with the Mayor and where is this checked? How often are these conversations had, especially around the audit?
Well, firstly, I'd like to sort of reject the notion about money being lost. There's no evidence of money being lost because, as we've said, I mean, we'll revisit it and you know, in writing. But if the money's being clawed back, then that can be redirected.
So, what's an acceptable percentage of money clawed back from contracts where it's not been fulfilled or the commitment hasn't been fulfilled? 100%.
I don't think it's a figure that I should start trying to come off the top of my head. I mean, it's something we can go into. So if you outline the specific questions, so we know the cases, we will happily respond with the detailed answer and answer any further questions that you have on it, including the theoretical acceptability level and ability to claw back.
So the one for 300,000 plus wasn't theoretical, that's actual. And I know that Michelle's going to write to me with those details to let us know what's happened. I mean, in a way, we can use that as a case study to look at what went wrong, especially with that relationship with that top provider. I mean, how we're reassured that top provider is pushing that responsibility through the subcontract. I mean, roughly, ballpark, how many subcontractors do we pay out of the GLA money?
Again, there's a number. I can provide that information for you after this.
But, I mean, ballpark figures.
I think if you look, we have 80 top-tier providers. Some of those will have subcontractors.
So this is the thing. So I completely recognise the challenge. You've got those 80 top-tier providers, all of whom are subcontracting. We need to be confident that the subcontracting agreements they've got further down that pyramid are secure, because we have responsibility for that cash from when it comes into Jules's bank account to when it goes, not Jules's bank account, when it comes into the GLA bank account and goes through to the learner.
The contractor would have to pay it.
Yeah, so we have, I mean, as I said, there are rules within the funding requirements.
Yeah.
We have auditors that regularly go in. I have a series of team members that go in and do spot checks. So we do everything possible. And where we do find incidents, which I have to say is incredibly small, then we address that in an appropriate way to ensure that we are receiving that funding back. It's also probably important to say that the top tier provider is responsible for those learners, even if they are not directly delivering, and they need to take over the responsibility for that as well.
And we would be able to claw back from them.
Yeah.
You would have thought, because of the contractual agreement, but you've got to find it first.
Yeah. And also I would say that in the past, before this was delegated, a lot less contact was made between the funder.
We like to look to the future, Jules.
And the deliverers. So I am confident that there would be less likelihood of these issues arising than it was before delegation.
And that's why we're asking for that reassurance. Does this matter feature on the risk register? It does. Michelle nodded.
Yeah.
So,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Okay.
And just to add that we talk regularly, every meeting we have with the Mayor Audit is a conversation, I think, bar perhaps one meeting
And in
the
fact,
history
it is on this AEB agenda,
Yes.
AEB
Yeah.
board agenda that is about to come up, this
Yeah.
particular issue.
So when was the last meeting with the Mayor on this?
We have them pretty regularly. They're either quarterly, if not more frequent, because the Mayor has to make decisions associated with this budget in a way that he doesn't with other budgets.
Yeah. There is more direct decision making on this area by the Mayor than any other area because the law requires
that's the point, because it's the largest revenue budget. I think that's the point that
I know,
my
but that's
colleague
not what drives it. It's the legislation that drives it,
Of
because
course
it's a
it is, yeah.
delegated budget, not devolved.
So you think you meet quarterly? So when was the last?
We can provide you with the dates. They're all
Yeah,
public. They're on the website. All the minutes of all the meetings are there, as are the papers. So we can provide you with all of that and give you, I think even on the website, it sets out the forward meetings as well.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. The next question is from Assembly Member Leonie Cooper, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to come back to the issue about what percentage, a nice short question to Michelle to start with, what percentage of the adult education budget, which I understand is 318 million in total, is being spent on supporting people for training for low carbon, circular economy, climate ready jobs? So I'm being very specific about what they are.
I will have to go away and get that information. I don't have that. I can certainly tell you the percentage of funding that goes to learning in London, but into very specific, we'll take that away.
Okay, so you'll be able to write to me with those precise figures for low carbon, circular economy, climate ready jobs. Okay, so moving on from that, you'll be aware that Energy Systems Catapult in 2021 had a look at the whole area of training across UK education and the wider sector, and said it was underprepared for the retrofit revolution, with skill gaps in specific areas, property assessment, advice and customer care, low carbon heating installation and tech integration. How is the work that is being done within the adult education budget closing those skills gaps for us in London?
So, do you want me to pick this up, Jules? I think there's two ways. So Jules has already mentioned our Academies Program, which is very clearly driving green construction more broadly, and I can give you some more information about the individual hubs and what the specific areas they're working on. But the whole point of the Academies is to join up employers with providers and make sure, and Londoners, and make sure that we're getting people trained up into those skill sets to go and work in those industries. That has just kicked off, and you know, that is continuing, so we can give you some more information on that. In terms of the adult budget, I mean, this is a concern. When we looked at the green figures, we probably thought they aren't as high as they should be. So we've implemented a number of things, and one of those is requiring our providers to send us an annual delivery plan, which sets out how they're going to increase and deliver across a range of the Mayor's priorities. We are just looking through those at the moment. I think they've just come back in, and we are trying to drive green agenda specifically in that way. The other thing that we're doing is we're about to go out and commission for the next cycle of the adult education budget. So as you'll be aware, a majority of that is grant funded, but we have a 3-year commissioning cycle. We'll be going out in the autumn to commission that, and we are prioritising green skills at the top of that as well, to make sure that we're bringing in organisations that are specialists in those areas as well to help support this agenda.
Okay, I mean, it's obvious to me why the issue that Assemblymember Polanski was just identifying about the installation of heat pumps is a problem, and that's because the coalition government of the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats got rid of the Code for Sustainable Homes, and if we'd had that for the last 10 years, there'd be an awful lot more heat pumps would have been fitted over the last 10 years. There are some heat pumps that were fitted, you know, because the code was there for a period of time and it expired, you know, things that were funded under the programme under the Labour government pretty much fizzled out from 2015. That was probably the end of the ADP that included that. So there are heat pumps, and what are we doing to make sure there are enough skilled and trained people to service the heat pumps that have been installed, notwithstanding the fact that there's an insufficient number? Because servicing is as important as installation, and I've run programmes of and also customer advice on how to use heat pumps, because it's not the same as just turning on a gas boiler. Are we doing training for servicing? You can write to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk to the Deputy Mayor for Environment, because actually, I think that any programmes that are about, you know, that kind of intervention are more likely to be, and stimulating that kind of intervention is perhaps more from coming from that area of the GLA's activity. I mean, on the one hand, you know, yesterday I gave the example of one area of mine that has kind of stimulated that activity is clearly within the London plan and new build, and our expectations for the performance, energy performance of buildings, both in the commercial sector but also residential.
I completely understand, and in one sense the London plan is substituting for the fact that the National Code for Sustainable Homes has gone missing in action. But unfortunately.
In terms of retrofit, obviously the London plan largely doesn't have any impact on that.
Is
but
why
Michelle
I was
has
asking
just reminded
about servicing of heat pumps rather than about retrofit.
Michelle has just reminded me that there is a Green Skills Task and Finish group that has just been set up, and that's under the auspices, Michelle?
Yeah, so it actually sits with the Deputy Mayor for Business. So we have pulled together employers in this sector with our providers to really start to tackle some of these issues.
So I just wanted to move on to ask you about the Green Jobs and Skills Task and Finish group. As I understand it, the money for the hubs that you've just referred to, of which there are 5 or 6, and that money is only going till 2024, so that's just the next 2 years. Do you actually think we're actually going to have that task and finish it properly over those 2 years to close the gap in terms of the skills in the low carbon, circular, climate ready sector? You can say no, or you can say yes. I don't know.
So I think probably we won't, will we? I mean, I think that's the simple answer to that. I think in terms of the budget, that is purely the budget setting cycle that we were given for this mayoral term.
Yeah, more money will have to be agreed, but it's above my pay grade to agree that money. It will be for others to agree that money.
Clearly, I think we will need more in future budgets, but thank you for giving those indications. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The next question is from Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. The latest available figures show that as of June, London's NHS had a record vacancy rate for full-time staff exceeding 30,000 unfilled positions. I recognise the Mayor doesn't have any statutory powers over the running of health and social care in London, but there are still ways in which the GLA can support the sector, particularly around non-clinical and non-medical roles in the NHS and social care as well. So, Deputy Mayor, what are you and the Mayor doing to support the health and social care sector in London?
I mean, this is obviously the exact opposite of the of what we've just been discussing with regard to green skills here. The jobs are actually there and they are vacant. And there's huge demand from the NHS and within health for them to be filled. Different set of problems. What a lot of the academy areas have in common, though, is people not understanding the pathways about how they get to where they are, unemployed or a different sector, low paid, and getting to that destination in terms of a job. Unfortunately, obviously social care does suffer from low pay. Which needs to be addressed, and that is a huge barrier to be overcome. So part of the job of the academies is to illustrate to people the pathways that they can take, having gained those entry-level jobs, into creating better long-term careers within the sector. So we have set up the social care academies, which are 4? And then also we have gone out to create the health academies as well. Again, looking to fill those not just entry-level jobs, but higher as well within the health sector.
It's probably worth also noting that in the last academic year, we funded around 21,000 courses across health and social care through the adult education budget as well.
Great. And on the hubs, are you able to report any progress on what's happened, especially around the Health Academy hub in the first quarter?
They haven't. the timetable is probably more in front of Michelle's mind than mine, but there aren't any figures to report yet because they've really only just been in the process of being set up. The health ones, the health ones were the last wave of the academies. The other ones started earlier in the year, this year. So even for them, that there wouldn't be those outcome figures yet. But the health ones are only just really being set up because it was quite a struggle to get together the funding. But in the end, we managed to get enough together from partners as well to do 4. Because initially we were just going to do 1 pilot, and then it became 2, and then the health sector was interested enough to contribute money, and we've been able to do 4.
Michelle, on timescales of when any figures can come back.
I believe it's spring, but I will check that and come back to you because, as Jules said, the health and social care hubs were slightly on a slightly different timetable to the others.
And thinking of what London is doing compared to the rest of the country, because obviously there's a health and social care crisis, not just in London, but across the country. I think maybe some of the costs in terms of housing costs have a bigger impact in London compared to the rest of the country. But are you taking any lessons or learnings in terms of skills and training for this area from other parts of the country, or do you feel this is something that we are playing a leading role in and others are looking to us?
I think we've initiated these. I'm not aware that any of the other MCAs doing a similar programme in this area.
Thank you.
That said, though, I'm sure they must be doing something on health and social care because this is an issue across the country.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Assemblymember Baker.
Thanks, Chair. My questions are on ESOL provision in London, English for speakers of other languages. And many years ago, I worked for a project called the Union Learning Fund, which supported trade unions to broker training for people in the workplace. And the most valuable and the most in demand of those courses were ESOL courses, and we know that in London the demand for ESOL far outstrips supply. So how is the GLE increasing supply in this area?
We've increased the amount of funding available for ESOL, and we work closely with the campaign groups as well that want greater access to those courses. And also we've worked with them in highlighting the availability of them and increasing access. So we're working with them on one of their key demands was about a website advertising the availability across London in various places, in colleges, in FE institutions across London. And so we've been working with them on that.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say as well that ESOL, we deliver far more than the rest of the country in terms of ESOL. I think I was trying to find the figures, but I seem to remember like 3/4 of all ESOL is delivered in London. So it's something that's really important. I think it's also important to remember that we have a finite budget. So the budget is the budget, and we can only, if we increase one area, we're decreasing something else. So whilst we do absolutely, we promote ESOL, it's something we think is hugely important. There are balances to be made on that, which links into the call for additional funding. There's obviously demand across a range of areas that perhaps we don't have enough funding to do everything.
Do you have a sense of what the demand versus the supply you have at the moment is?
I don't think we do. We have had a research project on this, so I can go away and come back to you.
That would be fantastic. Yeah. And specifically, the GLA fully funded training for adults in the capital earning under the London living wage was expected to take 40,000 more Londoners to enable 40,000 more Londoners to access ESOL provision. Do you know how many Londoners have taken up this offer?
We can certainly do a cross-check on our figures and match them and let you know.
That's fantastic. And just further on that specific demand, obviously, quite rightly, London often is a place where refugees will come, and it's very important for us to remain that for the world, and most recently Afghanistan and Ukraine. It's only right that they then, where they need to, have an opportunity to access ESOL courses so they can make this their home. Has this increased demand for them, and is the government supporting London in providing these vital skills?
Do Let me speak about. I think it's very anecdotal, but I think you said right at the beginning of this session. At the moment, we are hearing the feedback that there is an increase in demand from these learners. Whether the government's supporting us or not in that, I suppose they're not in that sense. In the sense, it's our budget. We are doing some work through our community grant programs where we want to go out and target specific groups as well. And I suspect these will be the groups that we'll be targeting.
Sure. So increased demand, but at the moment, not the ability to increase.
We have a budget that is set, so that's the budget.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next question is from Assembly Member Sakina Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning just about Jules and Michelle. It's good to see you again. I certainly enjoyed hearing from you yesterday at our Economy Committee and from the whole panel. It's really clear that adult education has a huge and long-lasting effect on Londoners' ability to reach their full potential. So I just wanted to speak to how we ensure that we reach all Londoners equally and make sure all groups in our society are represented. And to that end, I wanted to ask what progress has the adult education budget made in tackling gender, BAME and disability skills gap?
Yeah, I mean that gap obviously exists in the workforce across London and the country, and that is perhaps the driver for the inverse proportions that we see in our further education system. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the figures again. But the overwhelm, here we are. Sorry, bear with me.
It's quite all right. I mean, I could probably help answer if that's easier.
Yes, if you've got them in front of you. Oh, yeah, sorry. No, 69% of learners in the FE system were women. 56% BME. The majority are aged 24 to 49. 13% of learners consider themselves having a learning difficulty or disability or long-term health problem. So I think it would be a brave person to say that say definitely it was causal, that people were seeking FE to overcome the imbalance within society, but that's a research project in its own.
Chicken and egg. So maybe let's drill down to, from my understanding, representation of women in adult education budget is the numbers are good, as is the case with BAME Londoners, but I think where we fall down on is disabled Londoners. So I think they're underrepresented in the adult education budget in terms of the skill gap. So to that end, research commissioned by the Mayor in 2019, I think, identified in the words of the report, black hole in skills provision of Londoners over the age of 16 with special education needs and disability. So what progress is being made specifically in that area?
Well, we're not able to fund directly skills provision, SEND provision. That's ultra-virus for us to spend directly on that. But as I said earlier, one of the things that we did introduce was continuous professional funding for continuous professional development for those FE practitioners, lecturers, whatever, to gain CPD skills and training to improve their abilities to deliver skills training to those with disabilities.
Okay, I would say probably some more work to be done here, and perhaps there could be follow-up with writing. Michelle, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I was just going to come in. So this is an area that we know we're not meeting as many Londoners as we think we should be. Whether that's because those individuals are not declaring when they're engaging, because that could be an issue, or that we're just simply not doing that. I mentioned earlier we're about to go out and commission our new skills funding, the adult education budget for the next 3 years. Within that, we're asking for a specific question of those providers that are applying about how are they going to increase participation of these groups and what are they doing to address some of these barriers. We really want to have a focus on these groups to make sure we are giving them full access. I think there's also something to say about the drive toward outcomes. We need to be very careful about a pure focus on economic outcomes, for example, which the government are pushing, because that does disadvantage quite often these LLDD learners in terms of the outcomes. We heard yesterday from a learner that took 3 years to get their qualification. It took them much longer that isn't recorded in terms of outcomes. It wouldn't fit within that. So we need to be careful.
It sounds like the goalposts are perhaps disadvantaging us a little. Okay. Just quickly, this last point, it's a bit of a, I don't know if this is a tangent, but it's just highlighting the fact that the government scrapped diversity training or unconscious bias training, and some civil servants were still determined to ensure that took place. But I think the point is if you want to see wider diversity improved, whether that's in the adult education or employment or generally representative in any area, you can't do surface level diversity quotas, you can't do, you know, affirmative action. You have to do holistic training. You have to help change the mindset of people and get those barriers undertaken. So what do you think the consequence of scrapping unconscious bias training in government, I think Suella Braverman was the one who pushed for that, would have on adult education and the skills gap in London?
I think probably slightly outside my brief, the question, but in general, as it applies anywhere to any decision making we do, I think it is really, personally, I found it really useful. You know, I've had the privilege of making decisions on behalf of a very diverse borough for, I don't know, the best part of 2 decades, and yet I still learnt a huge amount by going through the unbiased
unconscious bias.
Thank you. Unconscious bias training that we did here at the GLA. I think there's always something. There's always something to learn. Yeah. So I think it's hugely helpful.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next question is by Assembly Member Anne Clark.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you both, and it's good to see you again following yesterday's economy meeting. Michelle, you spoke earlier about how the numbers of learners post-COVID has changed. I'm just wondering what assessment the GLA has done of the changes to adult education itself post-COVID, and how has this impacted on the GLA's plans with the adult education budget?
Yeah, we're looking at that actually at the moment. So we're just about to receive the academic year 21-22 figures, which would be the last academic year, which wasn't quite a normal year still. We still had sort of the sort of end of the pandemic, so looking at that. So we'll be getting those figures in November, and it'll be interesting to see the impact of that versus the enrolments that we're starting to see now, where it feels like we're in the first normal year, I suppose, of the Mayor receiving delegation. We did quite a lot of work about the move to online learning. There was a rapid move to online learning right back at the beginning of the pandemic, and whether that online learning has actually sustained. Interestingly, there is more now online learning than there was previously, but it's not anywhere near the rates that we probably saw at the beginning of the pandemic, obviously because institutions have opened. I think what the pandemic has shown, and again all anecdotal, but working with our providers, is that they have had to shift modes of delivery. They have worked out which areas actually really benefit from different types of activity. So we are seeing an increase in online learning in comparison to pre-pandemic, but I think we're still working through actually the implications of the pandemic and the ability to encourage certain learners back into classroom settings and others which may be more beneficial for them.
Yeah, I'm just today and yesterday I've been on public transportation getting here, and I'm just seeing the kids coming back, but it also means for the first time since the start of the pandemic, I haven't had a seat in Zone 2, which I think is quite interesting. But I'm just wondering, though, with the move to online courses and sort of the resettling of students, is there a change to the sort of course selection that students are taking in further education?
And I don't think we'd be able to see that now as we speak, because as I say, we haven't got the last academic year's data in. What will be interesting is when we get that in, as I say, in November, and we start to analyse that, seeing if there has been a shift from pre-pandemic, which actually we weren't delivering, to the situation now. So we don't have that, but we certainly look at it.
And just one final, slightly different question. We all know that there's been an increase with mental health challenges, both during the pandemic and certainly after. How is the adult education budget sort of meeting some of that need of working with providers to support those learners?
Yeah, so I think if you've ever gone out to any of our institutions, they do a huge amount of work across wellbeing in a range of areas. In terms of capturing that information, that can be harder, which is why we introduced the London Learner Survey, which Jules mentioned earlier, on some of the outcomes there around social outcomes, one of which is how has your learning experience contributed to your wellbeing and how have you been supported. So we're looking forward to see the results of that. We're also looking at doing some small pilots around social prescribing, recognising the benefits of learning to individuals who may have other mental health issues, where that socialisation and learning can support them in other ways. So we are looking at different ways of utilising the services that we have to support Londoners' wellbeing.
Okay. All right, thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next question is from Assemblymember Best.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Jules and Michelle. My questioning was going to be mainly around the targeting of the adult education budget, and so I was quite pleased in the questions to Assemblymember Sheikh. It seems you've already recognised the Mayor and this programme is failing to adequately support disabled Londoners, so I don't think we need to go back too deeply into that.
No, I don't think that was what our response was, so...
We'll rewind. I think Michelle's
any silence on my part on that isn't endorsing your statement.
That was Michelle's answer. Perhaps your silence earlier, you didn't interrupt Michelle to Sakina earlier, so perhaps that was the time to say that you didn't think it was failing.
Well, I'm saying it now.
So would you like to then, Jules, I guess, seeing as you're the one that wants to defend this, why do you think that disabled Londoners aren't being failed by the adult education budget when they're not being adequately recognised in the percentage of numbers?
There's clearly more we can do and should be doing, but that can be said across all sections. If we had sufficient funding.
No, that's not actually the case. So I think, like you say, Michelle, in your briefing to members, you've made clear that the adult education budget is going to target females and black and ethnic minorities, and actually you have got 70% females and a high number of black and ethnic minority participants. Now, so if you made that your focus on disabled Londoners, then you could actually invoke a change, because you have managed to invoke that change when it comes to the areas that you're focusing on. So actually, there is more you can do. That's not about money. That's about getting people onto the courses. That's about focusing the right people, the people that need that most. In London, 35% of families that live with a disabled Londoners are in poverty. This is something we must be tackling, and there is more you can do when you focus on it. You're not focusing on it, and you should be.
Well, that was a statement, but I think we are focusing on it. And
do you think you should focus on it then?
I've said we are focusing on it. It is one of our focus.
Okay, well, if you're focusing, you're failing. So I think if I just look back to why you are focusing, Michelle, on gender specifically. Now, obviously, we recognise there's an issue in work and employment with the gender gap between females and males. But when it comes to education, it's actually males that are failing in our schools in comparison to females. If you look at every aspect of higher education, further education, undergraduate, postgraduate, women are more represented than men. So why are we not focusing on London as men?
I mean, Jules may want to answer this, but I don't think we're not focusing on men. I think what we've talked about is the figures that are there. I think actually when we set out within the roadmap the priority areas, and it's far more complex than just saying it's one gender over another gender. Actually, there's interconnections between all of these things. And we would encourage all of those Londoners that are low-skilled, low-paid, who are in need of upskilling to come forward. And that's certainly the campaign work that we've done across since January to encourage all Londoners that would benefit from that.
But your briefing specifically states females. That doesn't correlate. If your briefing specifically states that you want to focus on females.
I think
that's in the makeup of the workforce. I think our answers were very clear to Assemblymember Sheikh, who asked what the makeup was of the participants in further education. 59%, as I say, are women. That's not the same as is the Mayor encouraging specifically more women into further education. we know the areas of lower participation. They are different in the workforce than they are in further education. So it's
But
trying
your
to
briefing
it's
for
trying,
the adult
it's trying to
education
balance
budget
that.
says you were
So there are-
specifically focusing on women.
So-
that I'm not making that up. That's
So
your
I,
words.
I gave the briefing. I think what I very clearly said is that there are a range of priority groups, of which one is women. However, there are
Thank
multiple other priority groups within that when there are interconnections between those. So we didn't exclude men. They are within that as well. I think the priority groups are set out.
But when you say the focus is female and you've got 70% of the participants are females, that means by default that men aren't the focus. And I'm saying that education is one thing where we can look and say that London's men and boys are having a harder time getting higher education or forms of education. That's what the figures suggest, and that's what we should be focusing on there. I know that doesn't correlate with the work gaps or the gender pay gap, but in terms of education, there is a gap there, and you are focusing on the wrong places, and I'll leave it there, Chair.
Well, as I say that, or as I heard from elsewhere on the floor, that was a statement, not a question. But you know, we're focusing on young people who are NEET, at risk of being NEET. There's the Work and Health Programme, the No Wrong Door expansion, support for most disadvantaged groups. Those are the focus. Homeless people, people with experience of the criminal justice system. You know, those are the kind of priority groups that are actively being addressed.
Thanks, Jules. Can I ask you one further question then? You've really adequately explained that. Will you be taking more of a role, or will the Mayor show that great leadership that you mentioned to Assembly Member Polanski and actually have more involvement in creating those briefs? If that's what you're believing, if that's what briefs, creating that if you want to show that that's who we're focusing on, perhaps you should take more of a role in making sure they're included in the brief and that it's clear that that's who we're focusing on, because they're not at the moment. So in future, will you take more of a role in making sure that those groups you just spoke about will be highlighted?
I don't even know what this is. What brief you were talking about.
So in the briefing that I gave, which was
if
you don't exactly, so you
sorry.
don't know the briefing, Jules. The Mayor doesn't know the briefing.
So
He's not here
Emma,
today.
sorry,
You don't know the
I
briefing.
interrupt?
No one knows what's going on. But Michelle's here to answer questions. I wish that you knew, Jules, what the briefing said. I wish the Mayor knew what the briefing was. I wish he was here. Michelle, thank you for answering the question. But the question is for Jules. Will he take more care in being involved in that briefing that he doesn't know exists?
I'm rejecting the basis of your questioning because you're just trying to be smart ass about it, frankly. I mean, I don't know what particular... You know, Assembly members are entitled to ask for briefings. Assembly members are entitled to ask for briefings from officers, and you received one. If you are saying that should all briefings to Assembly members be vetted by the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, is that what you're suggesting?
Chair, can I come back on a point of order, please? Because I'm just like to explain that I'm not a smart ass, but thank you very much for the belief in my academic ability.
You were trying to make a statement and then cut us off, as you are again now.
Hang on.
You are making accusatory statements and then trying to cut us off from responding to them.
No, I was actually just making a point of explanation.
I think the point has been made. This is being watched by Londoners right across London. I think the point has been made. Let's move on, please.
Could I
think the point is an apology for being called a smart ass.
And do you want to reflect on the phrase you used?
I am happy to retract that.
Thank you. Okay, so can we move on to the next question, please? Okay, hang on.
But the briefing doesn't even say what she was claimed.
Hang on, look, hang on.
You can't put non-factual statements out and then refuse to allow us to respond and say they're not true.
Hang on. Look, you have 1 minute to come back on that, okay?
Can I come back, sorry? Because I was the individual that gave the briefing.
Yes.
I have the briefing in front of me, which I'm more than happy to share with everyone.
Okay.
We gave it to everybody in good faith, so it's unfortunate that I'm being criticised. But within that, we set out very clearly, and I'm looking at it, it's on slide 4, it says who does the AEB fund, and it gives the statistics, which we gave earlier. So I'm happy to share that with everybody again to make sure
Would you please do that, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. The next question is by Assembly Member Susan Hall.
Hello both. I don't suppose you'll like these anyway, but here we go. we're all agreed that on one of your briefing papers, females, black and Asian ethnic minorities and disadvantaged Londoners were going to be targeted by this AEB. Right, white pupils on free school meals aged between 11 and 16 getting a grade 5 or above in English and Maths GCSE is 25%. Whereas the same statistic is 38.7% for black pupils, 45.2% for Asian pupils, and 79% or 79.6% for Chinese pupils. Therefore, as always, these white pupils on free school meals seem to be falling through those cracks. Why? Why are they not mentioned when they're disadvantaged in this way far more than the other categories that you say that you are supporting? Is this down to unconscious bias or what?
Well, obviously the cohort, the age demographic that you refer to is not, it doesn't come under the Mayor's skills funding, which is obviously post-19. However, obviously it is a very pertinent point that colleges across London are all too often expected to pick up the pieces of earlier education that hasn't delivered what secondary school education should deliver. And it's something I've repeatedly said on many platforms, including before the Assembly, whereby I do think it is a disgrace, a national disgrace, that we think that 60% of secondary school pupils attaining 5 or more GCSEs, including English and Maths, is somehow acceptable. When school after school can demonstrate, even in the most deprived communities, that beyond 80, approaching 90% can achieve that. So virtually, so far fewer pupils are left behind. As I said in response to the earlier question, our priorities include those who are NEET and at risk of being NEET, which certainly does obviously include that cohort of kids that are that haven't succeeded in secondary settings.
If you've been going on about it for years, and I do believe you have, because I go to many meetings like this and have done in my years in Harrow, and I'm constantly told that specifically white boys from poorer backgrounds do very, very badly, and they are the ones that need help. And yet I've been to other meetings when I'm told, oh yes, but this programme is only for black or Asian kids or whatever other group. And this particular group keeps getting left behind. You know it, Jules. You've just admitted that you know it and you've been upset about it. And you're right. So why the hell isn't something being done about it? And why aren't these particular kids specifically mentioned when we can mention lots of other groups? Because somebody has got to start standing up for these white kids with poor backgrounds who are on free school meals, who really their attainment in maths and English is so poor. We need to be focusing our area on them because they're disadvantaged in this way. Do you not agree with that?
There are many different groups who are disadvantaged, and we've been...
Yes, and you mention them, and you mention them.
And white working class boys are another such group, and I think they are covered by what I said about those who are NEET and at risk of being NEET. But as I say, that is trying to correct a poor outcome, as opposed to trying to ensure that that outcome doesn't occur in the first place, which is what we ought to be focusing on within secondary
Jules,
schools.
we need to bring attention to it. You're quite happy to bring attention to females, black and Asian, ethnic minority, etc., etc. Why on earth don't we start facing up to the fact that we've got a major problem here, because it's been going on for years? You've just admitted that you've been mentioning it for years, as I have, and they never get a specific mention. They sit under a group somewhere else.
Well, I think it depends on what you're discussing. drives the particular cohort that is featuring in that discussion. So often what we are discussing is representation in the workforce. And I don't think that, white working class males are disproportionately underrepresented in the workforce. So it depends on what outcomes you're looking at. If you want to drill down and look at 16-year-old educational outcomes, you're absolutely right. It needs to be an area of focus. We've been discussing the skills budget and skills outcomes at sort of post 19, and helping people into work. And inevitably, a lot of that focus is around representation within the workforce.
Well, I hope you've heard me loud and clear.
Yeah.
This has been going on for years. You and I have been around for years, and we both know it. And it is about time that people like us, Jules, started standing up for this specific set of kids, because nobody else seems to be. Thank you, Chairman.
I didn't hear a question at the end of it, but I presume there was.
I agree. I agree. It's a cohort of students that and their educational outcomes absolutely ought to be better addressed. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Nick Roger, please, for the next question?
Thank you, Chair. Jules, just want to pick up on some of the discussion we're having earlier around health and that sector. So my understanding is that health, public services and care enrolments have actually been increasing year on year. But given the high vacancy rate in the sector, do you track how many people who achieve qualifications then go on to actually get jobs in that sector?
Well, we're back to the data problem and the individualised learner records don't always contain this information. We're trying to address this through the introduction of the London Learner Survey, but again, that will be statistical. It will, people will fill in questionnaires at the beginning of the training. That will have a level of response. We hope for above 50% in that, but it's purely voluntary. It will be down to institutions and the organisation that we've commissioned to try and chase them up at following a course to establish where they have gone, in terms of their journey. So
the answer is at the moment no, but you're trying to address that through various different means. Would that be fair? Yeah. Okay. And given that the high vacancy rate, the need for people to be working in the health and the care sectors, do you know if the courses, do students receive careers advice as part of the course? Is information about how to progress in careers in these sectors built in to the learning that students experience?
Although that's probably largely a question for the colleges themselves, I'm sure it is. What we have sought to do through the academy, what we will be seeking to do through the social care and the health academies, is exactly that. It's actually about creating pathways from unemployment to employment within the care and social care and health sectors. So that is absolutely part and parcel of that, giving that careers advice.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And the next question is from Assembly Member Tony Devenish.
Good morning, or rather good afternoon, Deputy Mayor. You've got £250 million to spend a year. It's an awful lot of money. And from what you've said this morning, I'm not really sure if there's a step change in London that I would have thought for something you have full control on. And I think the Mayor's inability to turn up today illustrates, is he actually interested in this hugely important area of public policy?
Yes, he is absolutely interested and committed to the improvement of the sector, but that's kind of an output. He wants to see an improvement in employability of Londoners. That's why he put it front and centre of his campaign the other year. As I started today, earlier, I do think there have been significant changes, small and as well as significant changes, more than a dozen changes to the way that the budget is dispersed. It is evolution, not revolution, because these institutions, we don't want them to be destabilised. It's not just a case of ripping money away to a series of them and then redirecting it to others. It's about change and working with the sector to deliver what we want to see it deliver.
So let's give a specific then. You'll know that North Westminster has large pockets of unemployment still in certain communities, and clearly literacy and numeracy is key. Will you give me an undertaking in your talk to the new, indeed, Labour leader of Westminster Council to see if there's anything more we can actually do to target those people in literacy and numeracy and actually get unemployment down in Westminster, please?
Yeah, I mean, this is an area that we're specifically looking at, say, within, certainly in terms of numeracy, with the Multiply programme that will be starting imminently, which are, significant numbers.
Yeah, I mean, and absolutely, Westminster, as a local authority, have a really large allocation of adult education budget to spend in this area, and they will also be receiving a large Multiply budget to support this as well.
And Westminster, I think, historically has had the largest community learning budget from the AEB.
And finally, I have to return to Mr. Khan's absence today, as often is the case. In the Adult Education Board meetings, does he actually turn up, or is it David Bellamy?
He's always there. I don't think there's ever been one that he hasn't.
He's never missed a meeting.
Oh no,
we can't meet without the mayor.
Yeah, can't and don't. Yes.
Well, it'd be nice to. Maybe you can remind him that he actually is meant to come to the Assembly next time you see him. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask Assemblymember Bailey to come in, please?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to return to this theme of ethnicity. Are you worried that your focus... Let me put it this way. Is ethnicity a good way to decide how you spend your resource?
I think the guiding data, the guiding principle should be the data, whatever it's saying about ethnicity or gender or whatever the breakdown is. It's what outcome are you trying to achieve? If we're looking at getting people into work, then it's employment rates and what's the breakdown of the employment rates. Who are the underrepresented groups in employment, and that would be the focus. That would be a good place to start from the focus of who we're spending money on.
Happy to agree with that, but you can understand your output makes it seem like you're using ethnicity alone. That's what it reads like. That's my opinion. I'm not asking you for yours. What I'd like to know is, will you be doing specific work around the white working class boys then? Because your data would show that they fail quite spectacularly, almost in the same way that Caribbean boys fell, for instance, and they've received attention. Are you looking to do work to get those groups more into your in contact with the adult education budget?
There are 14 seconds. Hang on, I will tell them when we run out of time.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Can we get that time back?
I'm happy to take that away and look at any specific projects, but I mean, a lot of that would be exactly the kind of thing we would address through UKSPF.
Thank you. I just say that because by separating out each group like that, you create division. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Now the Tories are out of time. Okay, I want to bring in... the session isn't over yet, because the Labour Party have some time on their clock. So I want to bring Assembly Member Desai in, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do have some time. And can I ask you, Deputy Mayor, because I used my earlier time allocation to put forward the views of the New City College, who are based all over London and do some fantastic work. But a couple of supplementaries, if I can get them in. So one of the things, Deputy Mayor, that the Mayor has long called for is the ability for London to have an occupation shortages list. Have you had conversations with the government about this? Where are the talks? And can you remind us how this would assist London's skills gap? This is the occupation shortages list. Robin, do you want to?
We can, sorry, I'll get on to that. So there is a national list, as you've just referred to. We'll take that away. I'm not aware of any conversations about a London-specific shortage list that we've agreed. However, we do look at specific shortages in different occupations in London as part of the work that we do.
Right. And again, Deputy Mayor, I note that the Mayor has backed a bid from London's businesses to run a local skills improvement plan in London. The DFE are due to announce the outcome of the bid selection processes in early autumn, I understand. How will this support London's businesses?
Yeah, it's really kind of the latest iteration of the organisation of business, bringing it closer to what the GLA is trying to do with the adult education budget. So the Mayor effectively did something that predated LSIPs by creating the Skills for Londoners programme, where he was clear that businesses and business needs should be at the heart of what drives the skills budget. And really the government has almost kind of taken a leaf out of that book in creating LSIPs, which is replicating that. It's trying to put business needs at the heart of the skills budget. And it was a competitive process, but in London, all the different potential business bodies that could have bid instead decided to come together, which we welcomed, the Mayor welcomed, to put a bid forward to the DFE to form London's LSIP, and it's there to inform how we spend and the priorities that we should be taking on. But it's not transformative for London. It's welcome that it's being formalised. It's welcome that it's being copied across the rest of the country. But really, it's another iteration of what we've been trying, what we've had in place before with Skills for Londoners and the Business Partnership Board that the Deputy Mayor for Business chairs, which brings together those kind of groups like what was London First, now Business London, Chamber of Commerce, etc., round the London representative of the CIB, round the table to discuss what their employers' skills needs are in London.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I presume there are some time on the... No? We're done? Okay.
Is there a minute?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just hoping we could come back to... Just hoping we could come back to Jules Pipe, because he did want to speak a little bit more about softer skills that are so important.
Oh, great. Well, thank you. I did get to mention it a number of times now since that point because of UK SPF, but we can't put enough emphasis, and it touches on a variety of ways it's been raised today about the underrepresentation of all sorts of different groups that's driven by the lack of skills, that's driven or exacerbated by socio-economic circumstances that mainstream provision just doesn't address, or that it's just the next level up from, or several levels up from where people's circumstances put them. And I don't think we can underestimate the power of soft transferable skills that the kind of people in this room take for granted, but there are tens of thousands of Londoners who don't have the benefit of those soft skills. And often we get too focused on those higher steps, and we mustn't lose sight of that disadvantage, that entrenched disadvantage, and that money needs to be in place to be able to address it. Because
Assembly Member, sorry, Deputy Mayor, we are out of time now. Thank you. We have now reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you to both our guests for answering our questions and for the answers you've given. The Assembly has some further items of business to deal with, and you're welcome to leave the chamber if you would like to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? Okay. I would like to now propose that the Assembly has an adjournment. I thought that the matter had been decided previously, the adjournment would be 1 hour, but specifically I've been asked to see whether it can be shortened to 30 minutes. There's been a whole discussion about this, and I'm going to propose that we take a 45-minute break as a compromise, and that we meet again at 3:05. Thank you.
Chair, please could we extend the meeting before we adjourn?
What for?
Sorry, could we just agree to suspend any orders so that we're allowed to come back later?
Okay, and further, pardon? So, sorry, I meant 5:05. I meant 1:05. 1:05. Thank you. And also, one more thing, we need to extend our meeting. So, will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business to be completed later on this afternoon after we convene at 1:05. Okay, so we agree at 1:05. Okay, welcome back. We're going to carry on with the business which we deferred from this morning. Can I ask the Assembly Member Pigeon to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name, please?
Lovely, thank you very much. This petition is about the D3 bus. This petition is addressed to TfL, the London Assembly, and Sadiq Khan as Mayor of London. We, the undersigned, are opposed to the planned cuts to the D3 bus route and ask TfL and the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, to cancel the proposed changes to this service. I'm told there are now 1,030 signatures, and I ask that that's sent on to TfL and the Mayor.
Great, thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to note the petition and agree to forward it to the Mayor of London for a response? Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to note the response received to a petition presented on the 3rd of March 2022 to London Assembly plenary meeting on that date? Thank you. Okay. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussion with Assembly Party groups, I've agreed to vary the time limit for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak up to 3 minutes. The seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last up to 2 minutes. So I'm going to come to the first motion, and that is in the name of Assembly Member Pigeon on hostile vehicle mitigation measures on Central London bridges.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed. I'm grateful for the opportunity to propose this important motion today. The installation of permanent hostile vehicle mitigation barriers on all bridges in central London is imperative. Yet despite producing advanced plans for the installation of permanent barriers on 6 key central London bridges earlier this year, TfL and the Mayor have subsequently confirmed to me that this vital work will no longer be going ahead on 5 of those bridges. And whilst we all understand the impact of the pandemic on TfL's finances and the consequences of government's continued interference, if you like, or say over the way our transport network in London is run and the funding settlements, that cannot be any excuse for compromising the safety of Londoners and those who visit our city. With the latest funding settlement now running to March 2024, we have some certainty. So TfL, the Mayor and the government need to ensure the installation of these permanent hostile mitigation measures on these bridges that TfL control, and it becomes a priority. And it's worth noting, it's not just the Liberal Democrat group here pushing for this. In his second report on London's preparedness for a terrorist attack, commissioned by the Mayor of London and published in March 2022, Labour peer and former Assembly member Lord Toby Harris made clear that issues with installing these permanent barriers on London's bridges should be resolved as swiftly as possible. And crucially, in the conclusions of the inquest into the London Bridge terror attack, in June 2017, the then Chief Coroner of England and Wales emphasised that funding disputes between public bodies would not be a satisfactory reason for delay in the planning and installation of this work. Permanent hostile vehicle mitigation barriers will not only serve as long-term, robust anti-terror measures, they will also solve the array of problems that the temporary barriers have created. These ugly concrete blocks eating into bus lanes, they're not a long-term solution, and they're really causing problems for cyclists, for taxi and bus users. And we've also seen issues with the impact on Tower Bridge, flooding as a result of these temporary measures. So doing nothing is kicking this urgent safety work into the long grass and is not a solution. And I hope the Assembly will speak as one voice today and support this motion and support getting these safety measures in central London.
Thank you. The second of the motion is Assembly Member Bukhari.
Thank you, Chair. I am very happy to second this motion. The purpose of this motion is to push the Mayor, TfL, the government to prioritise this essential work. And I do hope that all members here will support the Liberal Democrats in voting for this motion today, sending a clear message to the Mayor and the government that work to install the permanent barriers on our central London bridges must begin without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other speakers on this motion? Okay, in the absence of any other speakers, I call upon Assembly Member Pigeon to sum up. Okay, so we'll move to the vote. All those in favour of the motion?
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. That is unanimously carried. The next motion is the name of Assembly Member Sheikh on visa costs. To propose the motions, Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I bring this motion here today to highlight the extensive barriers that people face who are wishing to come to this country and stand up and build a life here. Stand up, I've been told. Right, here we go. This motion clearly lays out the economic benefits brought to this country by migration, but it also makes clear the administrative barriers and costs to seeking indefinite leave to remain that make our immigration system complex and inaccessible. So I ask you, why, when the economic case for migration is clear, is this migration system set up to be so inaccessible? The answer is it's to deter people seeking to migrate to this country, and this framing speaks to the wider hostile environment agenda this government has been hell-bent on implementing. Consecutive Tory government after consecutive Tory government have resided over a culture of institutional racism in the Home Office. The most recent Nationality and Borders Bill is the newest iteration of this. The hostile environment has been successful when we've had news commentators standing up and feeling emboldened to call refugees fleeing danger cockroaches. The hostile environment has been successful when Tory ministers can stand up and unashamedly propose shipping off asylum seekers to Rwanda like they're cargo boxes. The agenda is to dehumanise. That is the core strategy to achieve the hostile environment, to divide and rule. And while the Assembly has been clear that the most heinous parts of this agenda are unacceptable, for instance, calling out against the Nationality and Borders Bill, we have to go further and look at all layers of the system that make up the end product. The cost to migrate to this country is extortionate. By the time a single individual is granted leave to remain, they can expect to have paid over £10,000 depending on their route of immigration. This amounts to around 7 to 10 times more than the cost of the Home Office actually uses to process the application. The impact that this has on people is huge. We're basically asking people to live a destabilised life, to have crippling effects that sometimes means that they aren't able to provide for their family, and it has huge implications for people's mental health who are attempting to settle in the UK. London is undoubtedly richer because of migrants who have come to build a life. We have benefited economically, culturally and socially from the people and the communities who call London their home. We also have a history that requires reparations to be made. The very basic action that can be done to recognise this is having a fairer migration system, and this motion outlines ways in which this government can do that. I want to publicly thank Migrant Voice for the work that they've done in highlighting the inaccessibility of the migration system, and I call on the Assembly and my colleagues to support this motion. I move.
Thank you. The seconder for the motion is Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I have Assembly Member Bukhari who's indicated that she wishes to speak
Thank
on
you,
this.
Chair. We really welcome this motion, mostly because I've seen a lot of these policies actually in the Lib Dem manifesto in 2019, but I am really wary of just the impact that a letter alone will have on the current new government and the ministers. So, for example, the new Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, was described even by her own ally to be pretty on steroids. I don't know what you make out of that. But so I do urge that the Assembly members, that we always must ask, what more can the Mayor do? And that's essentially our role. This motion lists many, many areas of support, of which I'm really pleased that the Mayor is doing at the moment, but our job is to scrutinise the gaps that the Mayor hasn't managed to reach. So I want us to make sure that the Mayor does acknowledge the fact that there is a two-tier system that has developed since the UK's government introduction of the Homes for Ukrainians initiative. Most London councillors will tell you that they can see every day that Afghan, Syrian, Iraqi and other refugees are treated differently systematically. And let's also ask the Mayor to provide support for refugees who are struggling to get legal aid. Let's also ask the Mayor to make sure that it's easier to access English lessons for free without having to pay and travel for miles to get to courses. Let's also ask the Mayor to make London consistent in the way it supports refugees across London, that London councils who are struggling, but with a joint approach, they can do more for London and make sure that they are truly open for refugees and asylum seekers throughout their city.
So I'm afraid I just don't think a letter will be enough. We do need to do more, and I'm sure the Assembly members will agree with that. But I do think that we can do more here in London through our work here in the London Assembly. So yes, we will be supporting the London, but please do not forget the role that we have and the importance that we have here in the London Assembly to push the Mayor to do more and for us to do better for our Londoners.
Thank you. I have an Assembly Member Hall who wants to come in.
Thank you. Do you know, it is such a pity. We spent a long time discussing these motions and we ummed and ahed over this one because there were slight things in it that we didn't quite agree on within ourselves, but we thought we'd agree it. And then you get up and you say that the government is institutionally racist. Why do you do that? Because it just stops any cross-party working whatsoever. There is no way my group and I can ever accept you calling our government institutionally racist, which, by the way, I think is completely outrageous. We won't be voting for it, which is a great shame. And if you keep playing these stupid games with motions, we're going to have to keep either abstaining or going against them. We're here to scrutinise the Mayor. You constantly just put jibes in against the government. Well, you carry on doing that. We'll carry on either abstaining or going against. This is not the way this should be. Perhaps stop and look at what you keep doing to all the motions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any?
I absolutely have some response to that. Yeah. Oh, more speakers. Let's.
You will have opportunity at the end to sum up. But is there any other one who will speak on? Assembly Member.
Take a photo of the Conservative front bench at the moment and tell us we're institutionally racist. Ridiculous comment, and it's there to divide this Assembly. We should be aiming to unite this Assembly. There's a lot in this motion that I support. There's some that I'm not so keen on, but a lot in the motion. Enough there in the text of the motion for us to, personally, for me to be able to support it. But while you try to torpedo any kind of consensus, you're going to create the kind of division that this city is fed up of, absolutely fed up of.
Thank you. Can I have Assembly Member Clark too?
I beg your pardon.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair. There's a lot there. I mean, I think sometimes we draw conclusions by the actions of governments, and that's very sad. But I'm very happy to second Assembly Member Sheikh's motion. As somebody who's come from another country myself, but also somebody who lives, like all of us do, in very diverse communities, and I can see all around where I live the absolute benefit that brings to London. Where I live, there's something called Generations of Learning, which was put together by a charity called Ashford Place, which looked specifically at the migration of Pakistanis and Irish people from into Cricklewood, and how these communities have developed together and brought that part of London, but certainly the rest of London, greater strength. All of us love to live in this richly diverse city, and this motion really seeks to bring some equity to that and really highlight the efforts of people who come to this country and make it their home. I think we all know the considerable economic benefits that migration brings, and it contributes about £83 billion to the economy in London. I hope that for these reasons that everyone here can vote for this motion. And thank you very much again, Chair Sakina, for bringing this, and to Hina Bakari for supporting it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other speakers? No. In that case, I'll ask Assembly Member Sakina Sheikh to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, you seem quite rattled, Assembly Member Hall. I think it's quite embarrassing that you call standing up for migrants and immigration.
Rattled is not the right word.
I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking, despite me wanting to do so multiple times. So I think calling standing up for migrants in London, calling out an inaccessible migrant system stupid games is quite frankly offensive, and you should be more particular with your words, quite frankly. Now, Assembly Member Boff, you're better than that. I don't need to be pointed to a front bench of a diverse representation of politics, because we actually just discussed this morning with the Deputy Mayor the harm of shallow diversity politics, the harm of affirmative action or diversity quotas without actually implementing a change into the system. And again, the rattled. I mean, you interrupt people when you don't like what you're hearing.
Hang on.
At least have the...
Can we have the courtesy of listening to Assembly members when they're speaking? Thank you.
Representation politics means nothing when it's not reflected in the system. Representation politics means nothing when it's not reflected in the mindset. And the reason, Assemblymember Hall, I call the Home Office institutionally racist is because it is true, and there is a very clear consensus growing in this population around that. Your own party on your side of this chamber can even begin to open their eyes around this when you could see that you didn't whip your group when it came to voting on the last motion to do with the Nationality and Borders Bill. This conversation is part of the wider conversation. It's about a migration system as a whole. It's about an ethos that this government creates, and it is a hostile environment in their own words. Assemblymember Bakari, we welcome your support and we welcome further ideas of how we can push this agenda to the forefront, and we look forward to working together with you on this.
Okay, thank you for that. I am now going to put this motion to the vote. All those in favour of the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 in favour, Chair.
Okay, all those against?
14 in favour, Chair. 14 in favour.
14 in favour, okay. All those against? Okay, there's no against, so the motion is passed. Thank you. The next motion, motion 3.3, has been withdrawn, which brings us to the motion 3.4 on the energy crisis, and it's the name of Assemblymember Leonie Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let's see if, although this is a very fraught political area at the moment, let's see if we can achieve some consensus. You'll notice that the motion in its calls to action, points 1 to 8, does not include any references to windfall tax. It does talk about that in the body text of the motion. Look, I think we all know that without any kind of intervention, the energy price cap has been anticipated widely, particularly by Cornwall Consulting, to rise by 420% from where it was in April 2022, which would mean that it would be going up to 6,616 by April 2023, which is impossible for families and businesses to deal with in the space of 1 year. According to the Mayor's methodology, this will mean an additional 2.5 million Londoners, London households becoming fuel poor. In total, 73.7% of the capital's households would be at that point without any assistance in fuel poverty. So I really do welcome today the announcement that has just literally been made while we've been in this chamber, in this House, which I understand has not actually been distributed in writing. So forgive me if I'm not able to run through every single jot and tittle of what's been announced. But I am delighted to hear that an announcement has been made about the energy price cap. Now, whilst some of us in this chamber, many of us perhaps even a majority, might think that the money to deal with this should come from not just the ordinary profits of energy companies. Energy companies, these are the energy producers, not the people who send out the bills to the likes of us. It's estimated that they have made an excess profit, an unexpected profit of £170 billion. Now, some of us feel that they could use some of that money. In fact, you could take 100 billion out of it and they'd still have 70 billion left in loose change, one might even characterise it as. You know, the government may have gone down a slightly different route, but it is essential that we did something, and so I do welcome the fact that the government has finally, only today, made the announcement, and I think a lot of people have been very worried about it. Now, you'll notice that the calls to action
that are listed are mainly things that are addressed either at asking the Chair of Assembly to write on our behalf, or there are things that the Mayor of London can do to supplement the work of the government and also to make good some of the issues that have afflicted London in terms of the impact of work that has taken place in the past where we've missed out. For example, just to use one example, we haven't had our fair share of the eco-funding that comes from the energy companies. So I hope that everybody will feel able to support this motion. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The seconder for this motion is Assemblymember McCartney.
I'll formally second and reserve my right.
Thank you. I've had indication from Assemblymember Bukhari that she wishes to come in.
Thank you so much, Chair. Again, we will be supporting this motion. Very pleased to see the way you have lined out clearly the support that we will be looking into Londoners specifically, and the way you'll be working with the Mayor. I was really, really impressed with that approach. And we know that London is not paved in gold. We know that this city is going to be suffering because of the energy bill hikes. And again, yes, we are very pleased to see some sort of statement coming through as well from the government. My only line is this, is that I'm just going to raise one point of caution. It's about the web page update that you are suggesting for the cost of living hub. Now, I think that's a good idea. It's necessary. However, the Mayor admitted himself to some Mayor's questions that I did with him recently that there is a review taking place on the cost of living hub to ensure that it really is reaching those people that it needs to help, particularly the digitally excluded, people who just haven't even heard of it yet. It was a real great concern for me, and I'm sure many of the members here at the Environment Committee, when we heard from charities and groups who supported people who were dealing with the energy crisis, and they just said they'd never heard of the hub. And that means that the people they're looking after have never heard of the hub. So there's a lot of money being spent on the hub, and we need to make sure that it's not a waste of money, especially when it comes to the cost of living. So yes, we'll be supporting the motion, particularly as lots of the ideas that Liberal Democrats came up with to freeze price caps actually came from us first. And you can see that clearly from Ed Davies' statements on that issue. But, you know, a letter is very welcome, and I do believe that cross-party support for this measure is very, very important, because we really do need to put Londoners first.
Thank you for that. I have an indication from Assemblymember Hall.
Thank you. I must say I'm very surprised this hasn't been withdrawn, because the announcements today's were quite splendid. So maybe as you haven't got a jot and tickle or whatever it was of it, I'll give you an idea. Energy price cap will be fixed at £2,500 a year for a typical home. The plan will save the average household £1,000 a year, which comes in addition to £400 in energy bills. There's so much support for business. I haven't got the time, unfortunately, to run through it all, but I do think our businesses will take great comfort in this. Of course, there's not going to be a windfall tax. We want to grow the economy. We want to show businesses abroad that actually London, England, Great Britain are the place to actually start up businesses, to keep businesses going. We've also got to remember that these companies do pay an incredible amount of tax in any event. I think it's around 65%. At the end of the day, she's been in place 2 days. We've got this incredible offer that will, I hope, as I say, give comfort to our residents. And going forward, I'm surprised you haven't removed this, because in actual fact, a lot of the things have been answered, and we've obviously got to dig deeper into what else has come along. But to forever just say, oh, do a windfall tax, apparently the sums that you are suggesting, or the Liberal Democrats are suggesting, the Greens haven't come out and said it's all down to them yet. Well, you all may make these suggestions, but guess what? Liz Truss, brilliant Prime Minister already. She has done it. You talk about it. She has done it. So I'll leave it at that. We'll abstain, because, quite frankly, we all need to see exactly what she has offered today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now have Assemblymember Garrett who wants to come in.
Thank you, Chair. Like Assemblymember Hall, I'm very surprised this motion hasn't been withdrawn. It's been overtaken by events, really, and as Assemblymember Cooper said, it's not clear exactly what's in the deal, so why are we still talking about something that was composed weeks ago? I have to say I'm also quite surprised that it is Assemblymember Cooper proposing this, suddenly concerned about people's costs. You might remember in June when I asked the Mayor, what should people do if they can't afford his £12.50 daily ULEZ charge, but they also can't afford a new car? Seemed to me a fairly reasonable question that the Labour Mayor is imposing on people, this dilemma, after this winter. So the winter will be over, then all those people will be thinking what they're going to do. And Assemblymember Cooper intervened, helpfully, to say that people should just pay £3,000 for a new car. Apparently this is a very simple thing that people can do. They can't afford the £12.50 daily charge. In Assemblymember Cooper world, you can therefore just buy for £3,000, she says, a brand new car, which in fact is a very similar amount of money to the huge increases in heating and energy bills that we're talking about that she is now suddenly so concerned about. So perhaps when she sums up, she can explain where it is she thinks that people can get that £3,000 from and why it is that she cares so little about the costs that the Mayor is imposing on Londoners, given that she evidently does care about other costs that are being imposed on Londoners. So I look forward to hearing the explanation. Thank you, Chair.
Hooray. Thank you. And I also have now Assemblymember Prince, who should contribute to the debate.
Unusually, I want to come a little bit to Assemblymember Cooper's defence, because she didn't actually say that these people would magic the £3,000 out of thin air. What she said was they could save up all that money they couldn't afford to spend or didn't have in order to accumulate the £3,000 and then spend that on a new car.
Thank you, Assemblymember Prince.
Thank you for that, Assemblymember Prince. I'm sure Assemblymember Leon Cooper would have answered that question. Anyone else want to make a contribution? Okay, I'm going to ask Assemblymember McCartney to speak.
No, I'll pass, thank you.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'll ask Assemblymember Leonie Cooper to sum up, please, before we put it to the vote.
Thank you very much. Well, it's very disappointing to hear from three Conservatives having complimented the Prime Minister, which I'm pretty sure was included in my remarks, that she has brought this forward today. And despite not having seen all of the details, I did then review every single one of the 8 bullet points that were included, and as almost all of them relate to things that I would like the Mayor to be doing, we decided not to withdraw the motion because they do all still stand. We want the Mayor to work with energy suppliers in London. We want the Mayor, in conjunction with London's energy suppliers, to write to all households. We want the Mayor to do something about the cost of living hub. None of these are things that were covered by the announcement in the House of Commons today. I still want the Mayor to be doing all of these things. And actually, if you listen to what Assemblymember Bakari was saying, she said she especially liked the motion because it was calling on the Mayor to do a long list of different things. And bringing me to Assemblymember Bakari, absolutely, if the motion had only just been talking about the cost of living hub and updating the webpage, obviously that wouldn't reach the parts that non-digital means can reach. But if you look at the last point about funding energy advisors for community energy groups, Citizens Advice Bureau, this is where the vast bulk of people are going in, and they can get that verbal advice face-to-face. And I think that's a really important point that you made, and I think it's absolutely critical that we do reach people who are digitally excluded. And on the point from Assemblymember Garrett and Prince, which was obviously very funny, we are going to be discussing the scrappage scheme, which was the next thing that I referred to in the speech that I made that you persist in quoting half of. We need a national scrappage scheme. I don't want to cut across a speech that I believe that Assemblymember Baker might be about to make shortly this afternoon, but we urgently need a national scrappage scheme for all those people who might be driving into London from outside London, and we need a scrappage scheme for Londoners. And that's what I was talking about in June or July. And we need to offer people help in terms of scrappage, as well as the help that we are now offering them in terms of their energy bills. I move this motion, Chair, and I hope everybody will positively support it. Thank you.
Thank you for that summing up, Assemblymember Cooper. I now do put it to the vote. All those in favour of the motion?
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour, Chair.
All those against? Okay.
No votes against, Chair.
Therefore, the motion is carried. The next motion is on the cost of living crisis. is in the name of Assemblymember Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I bring this motion today because 6 months on from my last motion on the cost of living crisis, there has been little urgency on behalf of the government to tackle the biggest issue facing Londoners this winter. My motion in February noted that inflation had reached a 30-year high at 5.4%. It is now almost doubled to 10.1%, with forecasts ranging from 13% next month to between 18 and 22% in January, figures which are terrifying in their consequences for families and businesses. Coinciding with this is the energy crisis we've just discussed, which my colleagues outlined in the previous motion. Put simply, the price of everyday essentials such as food, heating and rent are reaching levels which Londoners simply just cannot afford. The government did finally succumb to pressure in May and announced cost of living support, but this just didn't go far enough to alleviate the concerns that Londoners are dealing with now. Our new Prime Minister faces a monumental task in tackling this crisis, which must be her top priority. Sadly, the only clear plan we have had was the U-turn on her idea to cut public sector pay, which would have punished hard-working nurses and teachers by plunging them into poverty. It's well documented that the capital has disproportionately high levels of poverty compared to the rest of the country. Despite what the two Conservative Party leadership contenders believed, this isn't a result of Londoners not grafting enough. In fact, almost half of those aged 16 and over who are in poverty in London are working. Talking to my constituents in Lambeth and Southwark, I see many of them exhausting themselves by working 2, even 3 jobs, struggling to make ends meet. I'd like to see our new Prime Minister telling them and their families that they're just not grafting hard enough. It's shocking that despite the incredible amount of grafting that parents actually do, too many of them are still not going to be earning enough to keep their families warm or properly fed this winter. The charities which step in to help are being stretched beyond their limits. Food banks are running out of food as donations dry up because people just cannot afford to make that extra purchase to donate. Too many citizens of this country, one of the richest economies in the world, now rely on charities to feed them and to stop them from freezing. To quote our new Prime Minister, this is a disgrace. We need urgent and innovative action to address escalating inflation and the subsequent impact on household bills. So I urge you to stand with Londoners today and support this motion.
Thank you. And the motion is to be seconded by Assemblymember Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, there's no doubt about it. We are in a crisis, a cost of living crisis, an energy crisis, and a low wages crisis. The government have known about this crisis for much of this year, and the threat of recession has been hanging around since the summer. But as London's situations have become increasingly precarious each month as bills increase and as wages do not keep up with inflation, it is understandable to see Londoners come together and demand better. People deserve to be able to have a roof over their head, to heat their home, their house, and to feed themselves and their family. This was already difficult for many in London before the crisis started. In Tower Hamlets, my constituency, over half of the children are living in poverty, and this number will no doubt increase this winter. Our new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, this morning announced her plans to support people with high energy costs. Yet another U-turn she has made since her campaign over the summer. But who is she really supporting? Because I'm sure Londoners who are paying back the cost of the freeze will not feel supported as their bills increase over the next 10 to 15 years. Those businesses who have been wondering whether they should pass the increased costs on to customers or collapse their business. Or those hospitals and schools which are already struggling financially because of the squeezes of the public sector made by this government. Instead of asking those companies with vast profits to put their hands in their pockets and support those going cold and hungry this winter. And one way they can put their hands in their pockets and pay out is, and I've mentioned the low wages crisis earlier on, is by making decent pay offers. Take Amazon, who are offering only a 35p an hour wage increase to the employees, who are actually only asking for a £2 an hour increase. And I can tell you, I went along to the GMB Amazon rally in Tilbury, just down the river. And this level of public support, and I'm not dealing with myself, was overwhelming. And this evening I'll be joining the GMB outside the old City Hall, City of London Corporation employees, who again have been given a derisory payoff offer and asking for an offer that actually keeps up with inflationary pressures. Colleagues, this is a cost of living crisis, but it's also a low wages crisis. So I urge you to back this motion today.
Thank you. Can I ask Assemblymember Bailey to contribute, please?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know where to start with this. I personally, we won't be supporting this.
What a surprise.
So yeah, you talk about a lack of action. The government, they've given 40 billion in already towards helping people deal with cost of living crisis. Yes, the cost of living crisis is real. It will be tough for a lot of people, but it's unfair to say the government haven't acted. We've had a new PM for 2 days, and already she's rode into the biggest challenge this country has. And why the energy cap that she's put in place is important is because energy prices is one of the major drivers behind our inflation. And if you want to talk about the political end of this, the Labour Party, particularly your leader Keir Starmer, had absolutely no answer to this problem at all. And you've seen a Prime Minister arrive in her job 2 days old and get on with it and make some stuff happen. And what's interesting is you talk about a U-turn. How is it a U-turn when a Prime Minister responds to the needs of the country? How is it a U-turn when she finds out what's going on and delivers for those people? That is pure, old-fashioned opposition politics that does nothing to help the people of this country, rich or poor. So I think, for me, I don't even understand why you didn't withdraw this. And the last thing to say is this. If you really want to help the Londoners in their cost of living, and I don't just mean now through the crisis, I mean deep into the future, you need to talk to your mayor about getting rid of rent controls. Because the more he talks about that, the bigger the cost for renting for Londoners will become. And if you want to see where I get the evidence for this, look at the rent problems that is happening all across Europe in everywhere where they're putting rent controls. When it comes to helping Londoners, the Labour Party's approach will do nothing to help people's bottom line. You are now starting to take the money away from people and their families. The Prime Minister's response is correct, and long may this effect happen as she keeps pushing these policies through.
And next is Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. I have an unpopular opinion. I quite enjoy motions. I like hearing our ideas and I like debating them. And so I was quite surprised when I was reading through this motion that I thought maybe I was missing some of it. Because actually this motion doesn't have any ideas. You don't actually want us to vote on anything. So, and I thought, okay, maybe that's been forgotten, but maybe in Assemblymember Ahmed's little speech there, she would tell us how she wants to deal with inflation. But again, I didn't hear any ideas or anything of substance. So that was slightly disappointing. And that is the main reason why I can't support this, because I think asking us to vote for nothing is slightly insincere. So I would like you to actually come up with ideas. But anyway, on here, the other reason that I can't vote for it is because you put in here their bills will raise up to 1,000%. Their bills will rise by up to 1,000% when talking about businesses. Now that is scaremongering and that is toxic politics. And if you wanted to know what support business will be getting on top of that already they've received, they will be getting a new 6-month scheme which will provide equivalent support for that is being offered to consumers. After a 6-month period, Manus plan to offer focused support to vulnerable industries. The government will also support all business charities offering an equivalent guarantee for 6 months. The government will provide support to vulnerable sectors, and the Business Secretary will work with businesses to review where this should be targeted to make sure the most in need get the support they need. The review will be concluded within 3 months, giving businesses certainty, and businesses will see their energy costs capped at the same price per unit or kilowatt per hour that households will pay under the government's new plans. So what you've put in your motion is simply scaremongering and the toxic student politics, which is frankly the level that some of you are at. So the other thing that I thought was quite interesting here was there was an abject failure of the government to address inflation over the summer. But again, as I say, there was no ideas on what the government should have been doing. And I was hoping that we could have heard them so we would have something to vote on. But maybe that's because the Parliament...
You're out of time now.
Oh, OK. Sorry. Maybe that's because the Parliamentary Party believes that businesses are not worth meeting and inflation is not worth dealing with.
OK. Come on. OK. Next is Assemblymember Garrett. 2 minutes.
So the cost of living crisis is real, and everyone at every level of government needs to do what they can to tackle it. And the government is doing plenty. We've heard already what the government is doing today, and it's day 3 of the new government. But what is the mayor doing? Well, the mayor, he is imposing a £12.50 daily charge on people who cannot afford a newer car. And the mayor answers this, when he turns up, he answers this by kidding himself that poorer Londoners don't own cars. And that is simply factually wrong. Rather than rely on dubious information that may or may not come from the mayor, I went to the Office for National Statistics, and the figures for London households, this is based on gross household income, so the entire income of a household, all of the wage earners, before tax, those London households earning less than about £12,000 a year, which is the lowest income group the ONS have, a quarter of those households in London own a car. And the next band up, which is households with gross income between about 12 and about 17,500, about half of those households in London own a car, about half of them. And those are not households that are going out and buying shiny new electric cars. These are not the people with the Teslas on their drive. These are not those people. When you think about who are the people driving around in very old cars that the mayor is hitting with his daily charge, this is where you find them. You go around the estates in my constituency, this is where you find all those old cars. And so we hear these impassioned speeches from the Labour group about how they care so much about the costs that are being imposed on Londoners. And when I talk about this £12.50 daily charge on people who can't afford a newer car, we have this stone-faced silence. A stone-faced silence. The impact of the Mayor's ULEZ charge is real, and I would like to hear anyone in the Labour group acknowledge that and possibly even call for the Mayor to postpone it so that people are not coming out of this winter and then immediately having to face the prospect of a new car. Because that is what this Mayor is doing. Thank you, Chair.
Well said. Thank you. Are there any other Assembly members who want to contribute to this? No? Okay, in that case, I ask for Assembly Member Ahmed to sum up.
Thank you very much, Chair. We talk about cost of living crisis now, but so many Londoners have been in a cost of living crisis for years because of low wages and the vicious cuts to benefits. Today's announcement, which of course you're all absolutely delighted with, means that bills, that energy bills, will go back to, will be the same as they are today. So are you honestly telling me that everybody in London, in this country, can pay the bills as they are at this point? Because I'm telling you that that is not true, and that is cloud cuckoo land. Well, you're making such a, oh, isn't it the best thing since sliced bread, and isn't Liz Truss brilliant? There is a lack of reality about this, and a lack of reality about what is happening to people's lives that you do not want to acknowledge. Are you going to carry on interrupting me, or can I carry on, Chair?
Hang on.
Chair.
Look,
Chair.
Can I? I've said this once, right, and I'll say it again. I do expect members to be listened to when they're speaking, and stop. And I think we can have a discussion outside, but here we listen to the Assembly member who's speaking, please. Thank you.
Apologise.
And
carry on,
I would
Assembly
like
Member
that
Ahmed.
comment to be withdrawn, actually, Chair.
I didn't hear the comment.
Well, sadly, most other people did about my being educated. Yes, about my being educated. I mean, this level of debate and making that kind of comment really is unacceptable.
Well, sorry.
Can you please look? Hang on, it's going to be a long day here. Okay, Assemblymember Baker, can you please let me chair this meeting?
Sorry,
I will suspend the meeting and we are going for recess if you keep on
behaving.
No,
go on, a little louder.
Okay.
Were you? What part of what I said offended you? Because I was named by Assemblymember Bailey, and so I've asked for a clarification about why I was named and what I was named on. So if you
I'm going to suspend the Assembly for 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes, we reconvene. taking the step to reset the clock. Let me just re-establish there's some standing orders here. One, that we conduct all discussions through the chair, no direct conversations. If you have anything to say, please catch my eye. Secondly, when an assembly member is speaking, I expect the assembly member to be listened to. And that courtesy will be returned to you when your turn is to speak. And thirdly, I want assembly members to be mindful of the language. This is the second occasion we've had unsavory language being used in the assembly. I want you to be mindful for that. Londoners are watching you. It's not just the etiquette of the assembly, but Londoners are watching you, and they're seeing the level of debate here in this chamber. And if you want them to really value what goes on, we have a duty to be sure that we keep the etiquette of this assembly. So I hope that we've reset the clock, we've reset our emotions, that we're back in our debate mode, and we're going to be courteous to each other, listen to them, and if you have anything to say, please catch my eye. So let me go back to Assembly Member Ahmed to do her summing up, and I give her 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and for the timely reminder about the level of debate in this chamber, which you quite rightly referred to people watching us and taking note of how we conduct ourselves. So let's just accept that government policies over the last 12 years have contributed to the present cost of living crisis. But I go back to what I said earlier, that there are too many people who have been in a cost of living crisis for many years. And when energy bills go up by 54%, as they did in April, there is no resilience. What we need to acknowledge is that the highest rise in poverty is amongst people who are working, that's in work poverty, people who go to work. And as I said earlier, people are working 2, 3, 4 jobs a day. And at this moment in time, there is very little that we can say to them that is going to make their lives any different. And I'm afraid I do not accept that the changes that have come from government today are going to affect a number of people that I'm aware of in this city, because it makes no difference to their lives. They cannot pay bills right now. And if things are going back to, if we're saying that the key issue in those initiatives today will be nobody pays more than they pay today, let's just remember that too many people can't pay what they're supposed to pay today. It is unacceptable that that nurses and teachers are having to go to food banks. And what we are asking in this motion is that this Assembly writes to government to say that this now needs to be the top priority, and we need you as government to take initiatives to help Londoners. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Assembly Member Ahmed. This motion has now been put to the vote. All those in favour of the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
All those against the motion?
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Chair. 9 against. That motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Thank you. The next motion is on the National Scrappage Scheme. Is the name of Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair. So, just for Assembly Member Garrett, I am going to talk about the impact of the ULEZ and scrappage. So the existing ULEZ has improved air quality in London. We all know that, and any expansion will do further. Schemes like this are the right thing to do and make a difference to the air Londoners breathe. But the ULEZ must not be about being anti-car. It is about taking the most polluting cars off the road. Yes, we need to reduce the amount of car use that we have in London, but we must recognise that many Londoners need to drive for mobility or for caring reasons, or use cars and vans to provide essential services to London. So as we work towards a target of 80% of trips to be made by walking, cycling or public transport, the target in the Mayor's transport strategy, we want the remaining 20% of trips to be clean and to be those who most need to drive. So we need to help those poorest Londoners and small businesses who own vehicles to get rid of their polluting ones by helping them cover the cost of replacing them. Because it is also the poorest Londoners who suffer the worst impacts of bad air quality, so we need to help them to improve their communities, as well as supporting those who might find it most difficult to upgrade their vehicles. But in order to do that, we need, in the most effective way and reach the greatest number of people, we need support from national government. As members of the Assembly will know, the Mayor is currently analysing responses to a consultation on the potential expansion of the ULEZ, and the Transport Committee, our Transport Committee, submitted a consultation response. I think it's a very good consultation response, but as part of that response, the Labour group in the end had to submit a dissenting note, as we couldn't quite get over the line an agreement around the perspective on the need for a national scrappage scheme. And we didn't think that could be correct. I mean, as we've seen today, the Conservative government, the Conservative group, really aren't keen to let any criticism of their government go past. Which I don't think is a wise thing to do, to be honest. Is standing here to stand up for Londoners, not the Conservative government, and so wouldn't do that. But we're a bit surprised that the Greens and Liberal Democrats would do that, so we don't hope that that's a matter of principle. So we just wanted to bring this motion to the Assembly with the hope of making it clear that the majority of the groups on the London Assembly do want central government to create a significant national scrappage scheme to support motorists to switch to cleaner vehicles. This is not saying that there is not a role for the Mayor in this, be absolutely clear, but acknowledging in order to have the best outcomes in terms of better air quality, we need additional financial support. So we're not asking for special treatment for London, only that the government treats us in the same way that is other cities that have given funding to clean air zones or scrappage schemes. And I hope the Assembly can support this motion on that basis.
Thank you. And I have got Assembly Member Cooper to second the motion.
Chair, can I second that formally and reserve my right to speak? Thank you.
Of course. I know that Assembly Member Bailey wishes to contribute.
I find this motion slightly troubling for two particular reasons. Firstly, it is wrong to ask the government to pay for the Mayor's policies. The Mayor is imposing this on Londoners, so the Mayor has to cover the cost. And why that's particularly pertains to this is the Mayor has found £400 million to put aside for other projects that he might like to do. So if he's going to force Londoners to pay twice, then he should find some money to help those Londoners do that. It was very ably pointed out by my colleague that it is the poorest Londoners in outer London where car use is not an option. It's not an option. It's part of our family lives. It's almost impossible to conduct your family life without some kind of car use in out of London, even if you don't own one. And the stats that were talked about earlier on today show that the poorest families need those cars. And that's before you talk about the smallest businesses and the charities and youth groups, etc., that use those vehicles as well. And yes, it is right to try to clean up the air in London, but no, the air in outer London isn't quite the same as the air in inner London, as the heat map used to show. And if the Mayor's going to impose this cost, the Mayor has to find this money. He can't expect government to pay for his policies. And if the member wants to say that we on the Conservative group don't confront our government, won't criticise our government, you need to take a hard look at yourselves about how you treat your Mayor. You never criticise him, you never hold his feet to the fire, and that is your daily job as much as it is my job as well. So therefore I think you need to think twice before you accuse us of that little thing. The government's 2 days old, they've been very good, and we know they're going to be good in the future. That's why we keep supporting them. But anyway, I digress. Yes, we want to clean up the air out of London. This is the wrong way to go about it, particularly because you have a cost of living crisis that's coming down the pipe very quickly. So therefore, the Mayor should be asked to stop this policy. We shouldn't be asking the government to fund this policy. The government has just given £407 billion to cover the COVID situation, and now the Mayor wants more money when he has his own money that he could be spending. So we will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Can I have Assembly Member Berry, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly to explain my group's position on this, given I was also involved in the negotiations over the Transport Committee response. This is not a zero-sum game, and I don't think we're going to get the scrappage scheme we deserve if we allow the government and the Mayor simply to keep passing the buck between them. This will lead to delay. So my position is, yes, I believe that in an ideal world there were going to be revenues from the ULEZ that could have covered a fully funded scrappage scheme. And that would have been my first choice, because I believe in Londoners doing things for themselves. In the light of the uncertainty there was at the time of the Transport Committee response, and in the light of the inadequate deal that we have had, and no one says that it's a perfect deal, we might not have enough for that, and I think it's right to ask government to step in. And the terms in which this motion is put, i.e. saying we just want to be treated the same as other cities, is right too. I think both government and the mayor should be contributing to a scrappage scheme, and that is my position, and you'll find out more about that in relation to the later motion as well.
Thank you. Can I have Assemblymember Garrett contribute, please?
Thank you, Chair. I know you're all delighted with my repeated interventions on ULEZ. So what Labour are saying is that they want to pay people to scrap older cars so that those cars are not on the road. That is the policy that Labour say that they want, and I think that's what the Greens are also just supporting, and I don't know that anyone would really be against it. But that isn't Labour's policy. Labour's policy is to charge people, to penalise people, to put additional cost burden on people, and then do nothing to mitigate that, and expect the Conservatives to do all the mitigation. So it is Labour in London imposing charges on Londoners, and as I discussed earlier, it is not wealthy Londoners who are generally driving around. Maybe there's the odd eccentric aristocrat in a 1960s 2CV or something, but the people driving those very old cars are not wealthy people. And it is Labour imposing the charge on them, and Labour who is now sitting back saying, well, it's the Conservatives that need to actually provide the mitigation. It's the Conservatives that need to do the thing that Labour pretend that they want to do. So I would suggest to Labour, if what you want to do is pay for people to be able to scrap their cars, it might be that spending £250 million on a camera network is not the correct policy, does not align with what you say you want to do. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Thanks, Chair. I think there's a few points really that do need to be answered that have popped up in the debate, but I'm sure Assemblymember Baker will answer all the points, so I'm just going to focus on one or two things. And one of them is this idea that has emanated from some of the Assembly members who've been speaking, that as if there's some sort of begging bowl that's being taken to government. You know, I'll just remind everybody in the room that London is paying £500 million in vehicle excise duty, and until April 2018 we used to get some of that money back towards an operational grant that went to Transport for London. We don't get any of that, so we are a net contributor, and I'm only just picking one tax alone. We are net contributors in terms of the amount that we pay in income tax, in national insurance, everything else. Londoners do not get back all of the money that we pay in our taxes. So if you just take vehicle excise duty at £500 million a year, and you used even half of that from 1 year alone, I think that would be a major contribution that Londoners would have already contributed themselves in terms of their taxes, their vehicle excise duty. Give it back to us so that we can have a proper scrappage scheme. And actually, it is the government's policy that they will fund this, mainly because they were taken to court by Client Earth several times because their air quality strategy was so completely and utterly insufficient. So there is now a clean air fund that has been established nationally by the government. Why can't London have access to that clean air fund to fund a national scrappage scheme? And that's what we need, and that's what we should have, and we deserve it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. What I can't quite get my head around is the fact that it is the ULEZ, or the expansion of the ULEZ, that is creating a greater need for a scrappage scheme. We know that the ULEZ will create a surplus because cynical people in this room might think that actually the real motivation for the Mayor in introducing ULEZ is to bring money in, not what is being said, but let's put that to one side. So if the ULEZ, which is being implemented by the Mayor, is creating a need for a scrappage scheme, if it's also generating a surplus, why cannot that scrappage scheme be funded by the surplus? To misquote Assemblymember Cooper, why can't we add up all those surpluses and help someone buy a new car?
Any other contributions? Okay, in that case, I can ask Assembly Member Baker to sum up, please.
Thanks, Chair. So, in an attempt to get something that we might just about all be able to agree with, I think that it shows that it's not actually the content of what we're saying, but the principle that the Conservatives are objecting to, and that you can only actually vote against this by misrepresenting our positions. This is not just the Mayor's policy. This is, as has been explained by Assemblymember Cooper, there are clean air zones and policies to clean up our air should be and are all across the country, but it is London who is not being supported. We acknowledge and understand it will be difficult for people. It's the aim of ULEZ and the scrappage scheme to get polluting cars off the road. It's not you need a scrappage scheme because of ULEZ. We need to get those cars off the road, and we need to support people to do that. And so we acknowledge that we need clean air in London. We know that that's going to cost because we know it's going to mean people upgrading their cars, but you don't want the government to support it at all. Now, that simply doesn't make sense unless what you're here to do is to defend the government. We'll try not to attack the government overall, but maybe all the time, because you will notice that very clearly it says the Mayor should contribute too. But you're saying your government shouldn't. So maybe you want to think about how you position yourself constantly, because the policies that your government enact affect Londoners too. And while we're here to scrutinise the Mayor, you need to listen to what the people you're representing are saying to you too. What? I said it in the speech.
Okay. I think we had this discussion beforehand that all discussions. Hang on, Assembly Baker.
This is to amend.
Hang on, Assembly Baker. I had this conversation before at the beginning that all contributions are through the chair, and to everyone. Look, I think all contributions are through the chair, and Assembly Baker, it gives you no license to do wrong if Assembly Member has done something wrong. Two wrongs don't make a right.
No.
Okay, now, let me please establish, I will not be hesitant to reset the clock again if you members need to do that. But please make all contributions through the chair. Now, we're voting for the motion as presented here. Can we please vote for the motion, all those in favour?
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against the motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes against, Chair. That motion is carried.
Thank you. The next motion is motion number 3.17, is supporting London's bus drivers. The Labour Group have amended that motion, and that motion has been circulated. So it will be that motion that's been amended and circulated this afternoon that Assembly Member Baker will be proposing today. So over to you, Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you. So again, I really, really wanted us to come together on this issue because I do believe that actually we all do want to support London's bus drivers. Okay? Yeah. So I don't think it's actually very funny to laugh when we're trying to make serious points about the impact of COVID. Assembly Member Garrett, do you actually take this subject seriously, or you're here to have a laugh? I have named Member Garrett if he wishes to respond. Okay? Right, I have got a speech to make, so I better get on with it. London's bus drivers are the heart of our transport network. They keep our city moving. More Londoners use the bus than any other type of public transport, and especially important to those on lower incomes, women, children, disabled people, and they run and connect the communities where BAME Londoners are more represented. During the pandemic, bus drivers put themselves at risk to ensure other key workers to get to work. 51 lost their lives. And during the 7/7 terrorist attack, buses took people from danger when no one else could. And during the current cost of living crisis, they need to know that they're supported by politicians as well as by the public, and that is what this motion is about. And over the past few months, I've spent many hours visiting and talking to bus drivers and campaigning with them to save bus routes. Their commitment to passengers and public service is second to none. And as we see cuts to public transport funding, we must support them. Now, I should say that I'm amending the motion for two reasons. One is the result of the latest TfL funding settlement, which originally it said there was no long-term funding settlement. Obviously, that hasn't been agreed now, but it is not sufficient. It will result in cuts to services. It will result in fare rises. That is the reality of it. That's what's down in black and white. So I've removed the reference to a lack of long-term funding settlement and replaced with this word insufficient. But I also want to speak briefly about I will not be accepting the Conservative motion. This motion was here to celebrate and support our bus drivers, and I did feel the way it was written did change the tone of the motion. However, the issues raised are important, although they're only two of the many issues that bus drivers face, and I would not want to prioritise these over, say, pay and job security in the middle of a cost of living crisis without direct feedback from the drivers saying, please prioritise toilets. And that is genuinely why I don't want to see this motion prioritise those specific, and we've reworded it. So we must be careful not to oppose our agenda on those we represent. So I've amended our own motion to incorporate as far as possible AM Prince's issues whilst trying to keep the tone of the motion, and also added in that the TfL and the bus operators are also responsible for the issues outlined in the amendment, not just the mayor. Okay? I hope people might be able to support it.
Thank you. Assemblymember Desai to second it.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, our bus drivers continue to be the backbone of our world-leading public transport network. I want to focus on the incredible support they gave throughout the worst years of the pandemic, a time we tragically saw 51 bus drivers lose their lives. These drivers are key frontline workers. Their reward for this work has been, in many cases, real-term pay cuts. And the lack of sufficient funding for TfL in the latest funding settlement has meant TfL are currently being forced to consult on a potential 4% cuts to bus routes, an act that is neither in the best interest of Londoners who want to travel around our city or bus drivers whose income may be hit by these proposals. Can I just say that Assemblymember Pigeon earlier handed in a petition about saving the D3 bus route. I don't know who signed that, but I suspect it's a very localized petition. But there's another petition that I'm going to get, again to save the D3 bus route, mainly from Wapping residents. So that just shows the level of local support in one small part of Tower Hamlets. And there have been campaigns all over London in support of saving saving our buses. Colleagues, it cannot also be right that we go after bus drivers' pay, not at any time, but especially not after the work they did for our city during the pandemic. Can I just say as an aside, earlier I talked about the low wages crisis. The many disputes that we are now seeing all around the country, two words unite these disputes: low pay. I've been to meet ASLEF workers, I've been to meet CW workers, also Whitechapel, all in my constituency are made as a local constituency assembly members. These are just ordinary people who are actually massive turnouts in ballots. Ballots are some of the most repressive anti-union legislation in the Western world. Huge turnouts in support of taking further action. Ordinary workers who only sort of want to strike as a last resort. So let's not demonize them. As colleagues, I hope the Assembly will unanimously pass this motion in a show of solidarity to our bus workers, who we all depend on. Thank you.
Thank you. I have here that you want to move the Assemblymember Prince want to move an amendment.
Yeah.
Is it tabled?
Yeah, it is tabled. It is, Chair. But it's not tabled to the amended motion.
Okay.
I
asked the Assemblymember Prince to move the amendment, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like a couple of seconds to just get my head around the Labour group alteration. It seems to be changing at a rate of knots and quite frequently. I think, on balance, I was going to go with amending quite a bit of what they're doing. What I'm prepared to do, that will cause duplication, but in order to avoid arguments, and again, try to be in the spirit of cooperation. I'm not going to actually take anything out of the latest amendment, but I will just add what I've got to say about it. Because if I start taking bits out of what their current proposal is, then we'll get into a great big long debate about what is, what's not. So basically I'll leave what they're saying as it is and add after the word addressed the paragraph that I'm proposing, if anyone can make sense of that, and then leave the rest, although there's a bit in there I don't really agree with, but I can't see how we can get that sorted in such short notice. But it is difficult when what you're trying to amend keeps changing by the minute. So just to be clear, if I can make that explanation, we'll accept paragraph 1, 2 and 3 as amended, then add in my paragraph, which does duplicate
your paragraph saying, therefore the Assembly urges the Mayor of London.
Yep. And then finally, we'll accept their final paragraph to finish off the motion.
So you're inserting this paragraph?
Yeah, okay. After 1, 2, 3.
And you're keeping the last one also?
Yeah, because to do anything else would be just too confusing, okay. and would also mean we'll have a big debate about party politics.
Okay, but do you want to...
Actually, I looked at Assembly Member Baker to see if she would accept that amendment.
Just clarifying, so you don't want to take anything out of our motion as amended, but just add your paragraph in.
Yeah, we're going to have to leave that. The only issue we have with it, I suppose, is the word insufficient.
Right, well then that's going to be the problem.
Okay.
But, well, can we have just 1 minute? Just
okay.
1 minute.
I think what I should do... 5 minutes? I'm going to adjourn 5 minutes to give you time for discussions. have sorted out the amendment and the motion. So I'm now going to ask Assembly Member Prince to put forward his amendment.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Actually, I do need a copy of... Peter, can I just borrow your copy there? Thank you. Right. To use those immortal words out of Hello, Hello, please listen carefully because I will only say this once. Okay, so what is now being proposed, as per my original amendment, is that we accept the Labour motion paragraph 1 and paragraph 2. In paragraph 3, as per my original amendment, we finish that third paragraph after the words living in crisis, full stop. We then have now agreed to delete all the other words that are in red or yellow or any other colour that you care to think of in the amendment. We then insert my paragraph, which is therefore this Assembly urges, and so on. And I am happy to accept the final paragraph, which will now be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph, as it is. So to include the amendments that Labour Party are putting about urging the Mayor and also talking about the Prime Minister as well. So basically, all we are deleting is all the words in the third paragraph from the word crisis beyond and adding in my paragraph. And I believe that most people in the Assembly seem to agree with that.
Hang on. Thank you for that, Assembly. If you would just give me a moment. So what's happening is, if you look at the Labour Party's amended motion for this afternoon, what Assembly Member Prince is saying is that deletion of everything after in the third paragraph of the word crisis, insertion of the paragraph which is on our papers, and then followed with the last paragraph of the amended motion. Now, I understand what you want. The question now is, do you accept the amendment or not?
Can I ask for one bit of clarification?
Yes. Okay.
Assemblymember Prince, are you intending to exclude low wages as an issue that needs to be addressed by bus drivers? Because I think that's what you'll do. Because there's a line here saying issues such as toilet and other facilities provision, low wage and fatigue affect bus drivers every day and need to be addressed.
I'm happy to add that in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I understand now.
Sorry, Len. I'm just trying to help work with your group mates. Oh, come on, mate. You're having a laugh, aren't you?
Yeah.
The bottom line here is that you come up with these last-minute changes.
May I make one suggestion, please? Can we? I mean, this could be helpful. Okay. We could, if the Assembly agrees with me, is that we put this motion back a little bit, whilst this gets typed up, right, with the... Pardon?
Chair, I think we have agreement. Can I suggest that I just read out where I think we now are, for the sake of clarity?
Yes.
Would that work?
Yes.
So there is an alteration tabled by Assemblymember Baker. I believe Assemblymember Prince is saying that he is proposing deleting the wording, only the wording, after living crisis, so it becomes living crisis, full stop, in the 1, 2, 3, third paragraph. There is then a partial sentence deleted, and the new sentence begins with issues such as toilet and other facilities provision, low wages and fatigue affect bus drivers every day and need to be addressed. There is then a new paragraph which comes from Assemblymember Prince, which begins, therefore this Assembly urges the Mayor of London to show his support for London's bus drivers, etc., etc. We then go back to the original wording with Assemblymember Baker's addition at the end, which starts with and urges the Mayor. So if I believe Assemblymember Prince is moving that.
Yes,
I believe Assemblymember Rogers is about to second that, and then Assemblymember Baker will no doubt confirm whether she is accepting that alteration. So perhaps if Assemblymember Prince could formally move.
Okay.
And we go from there.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, so shall I move and...
Move it the way as okay. Been read by
Thank you.
Rebecca.
Okay, so believe it or not, the aim of my amendment is to firstly put forward a motion which can be accepted by the whole of the Assembly. And I think I've bent over backwards. In fact, I've damaged joints I've never had in order to bend over backwards to accommodate the needs of all the different parties sat here today. Because actually, this is a very serious issue. It's only right and proper, as was the intention of the original motion by Labour, that we recognise how important London bus drivers are to London and its economy. But equally, I believe it's very important that we stand up for their basic human rights. And there cannot be much more of a basic human right than for somebody to be allowed to use a toilet facility during their time at work, and to do that with dignity, and not be expected to beg someone in the street, someone in a house, to open their door and let them use their toilets, or, as with what might happen with some men, to go behind the bushes. That just is completely unacceptable. In fact, Assemblymember Baker did say that she would be interested in bus drivers' thoughts before she made a decision on her motion. I did get a bus driver actually contact me, funnily enough, known to some of you, Kevin Mustafa. He contacted me, but of course this is referring to the original Labour's motion. But he said, Keith, I saw Labour's motion and think that although bus drivers appreciate the nice thoughts, what we desperately need is some toilet dignity and real measures to address the chronic, widespread and long-standing problem of bus driver fatigue. Not having toilets on over a quarter of London bus routes is unacceptable and unsafe, and only contributes to bus driver fatigue. Your amendment deals with our lived experience, and bus drivers will respect any motion that contains it. So I think also, working together collegiately, we have also brought in the issues of bus driver fatigue and wages as well. So I do believe that we now have a motion that the whole Assembly should be able to support. I think we really do need to take the politics out of this, recognise what a fantastic job these people do for us, for Londoners, for London's economy, give them the support. And if we do really want to pat them on the back and say thank you, I think the best way we can say thank you to them is to say, here is somewhere where you can go to toilet, basic human right, with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Rogers to second that, please?
Thank you, Chair. Delighted to second.
And reserve your rights.
I reserve my rights, so I don't think I need to comment after A.M. Prince's excellent speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And I've been prompted by this motion to look back at some of the work that we did on the Transport Committee in the last term. The brilliant report, Driven to Distraction, which was all about bus driver fatigue and the causes of it. And I remembered a round table we had with bus drivers where one person told me at the end, not having spoken in the main round session, about the terrible problems when they were on their period and not being able to find a toilet until they got back to the depot at the beginning, which is just absolutely not acceptable. So I then decided I'd look up my questions to the Mayor. 16th November 2017, I asked for a complete list of all the toilet facilities at all the 624 bus route termini. And this was a question in November 2017. May 2018, I got a reply, and the Mayor had just announced £6 million of funding to deliver permanent toilets for the capital's bus drivers along the 40 routes. But then in May 2018, I seemed to be chasing this up, because my question was, I welcomed your commitment in February 2018 to invest £6 million, but when will all London bus drivers have access to safe, clean facilities? So he answered quite quickly this time, May 2018. He was pleased with the £6 million funding, and he hoped these facilities would be available as soon as possible between now and 2020. Scroll on to 2019, July, and you'll see that this doesn't all sit with the Mayor, because by July 2019, the work remained on course and TfL needed the backing from the boroughs to keep the work on course. Now, if some of you who've been around this assembly for a bit longer will remember, the member for Bexley, who is now a member of Parliament, ran a campaign against the Turdises, which had turned up in Bexley at the end of some of the bus routes. So I hope that the current member for Bexley will be accommodating of the bus driver facilities when they do actually turn up. But I think this is something that I hope we can all get behind. It is so basic that people have the ability to go to the loo during the course of driving a bus during their working day. And I also welcome the points that Assemblymember Baker has also made about low wages and I'm sorry, I'm getting so confused with all the and fatigue. So thank you very much. We will be supporting this motion as amended.
Can I just say, Chair, it's Bexley and Bromley. I love both of my children equally. So,
thank you. Does anyone else want to make contributions at this stage? Assemblymember Baker, I need to know at this stage, are you accepting the amendment as made by Assemblymember Prince?
As long as I get to speak about why, then yes.
Hang on, but at this stage, which will help me to call the order of summary. Okay? Yes. Do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So your amendment has been accepted, right? Did you want to add anything else? Sorry, to some member Rogers' amendment. Did you want to contribute anything at this stage? No, thank you. Okay. Assembly Member Prince, do you want to say anything else at this stage?
No, Chair. I think no.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'm going to ask. There's only one motion now, which is the amended motion, which was placed by Assemblymember Prince, which has been accepted by Assemblymember Baker. And now, Assemblymember Baker, you have the floor for 2 minutes to sum up.
Okay, I will sum up very briefly. And despite the fact that was a bit of a painful process, I am really pleased that we have got something. I absolutely take into account, and I really, really hear the issues around toilets, around fatigue. Both of those are issues that I dealt with extensively when I was a transport trade unionist for many, many years, representing large groups of people. I would just say that we need to be very careful. Everyone that you speak to individually is 100% genuine in their experiences, but we also need to engage with the collective representation of the bus drivers because they make democratic decisions. Doesn't mean these issues aren't important, but let's take that in the round. I do just want to say it's really disappointing that I had to prioritise getting a collective position over making clear that in order to get best working conditions, we need TfL properly funded. Now, I'm sorry that's a political point, but that is the reality. Decent working conditions cost money. If they're not properly funded, we are going to see difficulties. But that is what we've prioritised. We've prioritised our the collective position of the Assembly over making that point, and I hope in the future some others can do the same.
Thank you. We only have one motion now as amended for us to consider. All those in favour of the amended motion?
I believe, is that unanimous, Chair? I believe that's unanimous.
Yes, ma'am. Great. I think that recess was worth the effort then. Thank you. The next motion is motion 3.8 on forward plan, and it's the name of Assemblymember Berry.
Okay, so myself and Assemblymember Pigeon have a very boring and procedural motion for you now, and I'll give a very short bit of reasoning for it here. Now, I know many of you on the Assembly are also councillors or have been councillors in the past, and so you'll all know exactly the purpose of a forward plan, how useful it can be in aiding timely and effective scrutiny of the decision makers that you are responsible for scrutinising. And I know in the Assembly we all have examples from our past work of being taken by surprise by something that the Mayor makes as an all of a sudden announcement, even if it's something that we were expecting at some point. One morning it just turns up. And this happens, I have found, even when as you know, the mayor, if we put this motion to the mayor, he might turn around and say to us, well, you should engage with me and I'll keep you informed. Even when I've done sometimes my absolute best to engage with the mayor and ask to be kept informed about when a decision is on its way, I still get the surprise announcements. And I just don't think this is a very constructive way to work. And I know that the Assembly as a whole has, lots of individual members have expressed a desire to have a forward plan from the mayor as well. Now, it wouldn't just be polite for the mayor to produce one, it would actually be a really practical thing to guide our work. For key decisions, it would enable us, for example, to help bring residents' views or petitions to the mayor in a timely way to influence a decision that was upcoming in the coming weeks. Or potentially it might help us to nudge us along to get evidence that we're preparing, ready to put to him to change his mind about something. And if we had something really serious and legal to put to him about a decision that was upcoming, we would be able to do that in advance and not potentially be taken by surprise and be left only with judicial review, which is not a position any of us ever want to be in respect of our jobs. Our jobs are to head these things off in advance. So basically, yeah, this is a very simple motion. And you'll notice that in the course of the motion, it doesn't say anything about exactly how this would happen or through what format or with regard to which decisions. I think that's something we want to start discussing with the mayor. But I hope that if we make this call today, collectively as an assembly, the mayor will start to talk to us about this, and we can actually start to make some practical plans towards a bit more forward planning in general for the whole building. So I think that would be a really nice thing for you to all vote for today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And the seconder for this motion is Assembly Member Pigeon.
Lovely. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to second this motion today. Cross-party, we have made representations to numerous ministers for London that they should amend the legislation and allow us to have a forward plan to help us do our job. And transparency is key to decision-making in a democracy. And when we've got a £19 billion GLA group budget, it's significant. We need to be able to scrutinise it properly. And I remember when Sadiq became Mayor of London, and he said, I'm going to be the most transparent mayor ever. Well, we haven't seen that yet. You know, where is the forward plan? It's a basic measure. It helps Londoners see the mayor's plans. It helps us see his plans. It allows better decision-making and scrutiny and input. And it would stop things like the green bond suddenly appearing out of nowhere in the mayor's budget. It would ensure that we have, in a timely manner, things like the estate strategy from MOPAC or the equality strategy from the GLA, which seem to be taking months and months and years to emerge. GLA should be ahead of the game, not trailing behind the rest of local government. I really hope we can get unanimous support for this motion today.
Great, thank you. Assembly Member Boff.
Gosh, I didn't expect to be that quick. If we don't know what the mayor is doing, the public might be led to believe that the mayor doesn't know what he's doing. And that's an unsatisfactory state of affairs. This is something that I hope, I do anticipate that the whole Assembly would vote for, because it improves how we can do our work, and it also could abolish this nagging thought that I have that the mayor makes decisions ad hoc and without any degree of planning. So let's get rid of that doubt. Let's get rid of that doubt in my mind and ensure that he has a forward plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Well, obviously, I'm conscious that we've had an awful lot of debate already and we've still got more motions to get through, but I thought it was worth making a couple of remarks, possibly remarks that some of you may or may not be expecting. The Levelling Up Housing and Communities Select Committee has been undertaking an inquiry into devolution, which ended in October 2021. And we, as the Assembly, submitted a response to that inquiry, making the case to receive a forward plan for decision-making, as we felt that that could aid transparency and scrutiny.
We on the Labour Group will always be championing the powers of the Assembly to carry out our important scrutiny work and to champion the rights of Londoners. The government's response to the report from the committee stated that requiring the Mayor to publish a forward plan, and I quote, could strengthen the scrutiny of the Assembly, end quote, but it would, I also quote, also introduce additional bureaucracy and would have to be balanced against the benefits of the strong mayoral model in London, end of quote. However, we believe that that should not stop us from continuing to make the case for a forward plan. Having taken over from Assemblymember Pigeon, who has just spoken before me as the current chair of the Oversight Committee, I feel quite strongly about this on a personal level. I spent most of what felt like May, June and July trying to make sure that we actually had a proper forward plan for ourselves through the Oversight Committee and then through all of the other committees. It would be greatly assisted if we also had a forward plan from the Mayor, because then we could tie together the scrutiny that we are doing through Oversight and through every single one of all the other committees if we had that forward plan. So we discussed this at a recent meeting of the Oversight Committee, and I wouldn't want to preempt what's going to come out from the recommendations until all the party group leads have had that full discussion. But I would be hoping to persuade party group leads that one of the recommendations that is going to be coming out of that investigation that we've been looking into more recently would be an output concerning a forward plan for the Mayor. So we on this side, and it sounds as though everyone else is going to be, will be trying to put Assemblymember Boff's mind at rest on this area, maybe just on this area alone, Andrew. I don't think we can go any further than that, but we will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? In that case, I'll ask Assemblymember Berry to sum up, please.
Well, thank you for all of that. I think it would make a huge difference to our work in lots of different ways, both as the same, if you're in the same party as the Mayor or an opposite party, it would just make everything better. And I think we are asking in the motion for the Mayor to go further than the legislation. I think we need to make calls that go further than simply asking the government to change the legislation. I think it would be great if the Mayor could just start doing this now and not wait for legislation. And we know that the Mayors in the past have gone further than the legislation in terms of transparency and accountability. The Mayor before last used to do a weekly press conference, which I'm sure is something that the members of the press would appreciate as well if our current Mayor were to reintroduce that. But in this case, I think the forward plan, it's a very serious matter to do with our work. It isn't a policy thing, and I'm really pleased that everyone here is keen to support it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can I put this to the motion, please? All those, put the vote. All those in favour of the motion?
I believe that's unanimous. Oh, not unanimous. It is unanimous. Unanimous, Chair.
Great. It's been carried unanimously. Thank you very much. The next motion is 3.9. It's on the retrofit crossrail toilets, and the mover is Assemblymember Russell.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just going to check that I've got a timer that's functioning. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And it is probably no surprise to anyone that I'm using this opportunity once again to talk about toilets. And trust me, I wish I didn't have to. I would much prefer to be standing here telling you that every train station in London has a fully accessible loo, and that parents, people experiencing incontinence and other health issues, older and disabled people and people on their period were freed from the loo leash that they're put on by being restricted in how far they can travel from home for fear of not having access to a toilet. The recent TfL funding deal is welcome in that we finally have some certainty after it was a long time coming, but it only takes us to the end of the next financial year. The security of longer-term funding from central government is crucial to allow for long-term commitments like retrofitting toilets at Elizabeth Line stations. And this isn't included in the deal we currently have, nor is a programme of retrofitting toilets whenever stations are upgraded. The Elizabeth Line stations should never have been built without loos in the first place. Reliable provision of public toilets is a hallmark of a civilised and welcoming place, as well as playing an important part in public health. 91% of the people that we surveyed on the Assembly Health Committee last year said they did not feel toilet provision was adequate in our city. Age UK have done a recent survey on how the lack of toilets affects older people, and they cited stories like this, and I quote, "I have bladder issues, and any journey, short or long, I have to consider toilet provisions first. I don't go out if I feel I will be caught short. I tend not to meet anyone due to this, and hence I feel quite isolated." This shows public toilets are so much more than a place to go to the loo. They literally enable people to participate in society. So I hope we can all support this motion, which calls on the Mayor and TfL to commit to providing public toilets at all new stations and to prioritise retrofitting toilets when upgrading London's transport system. It also calls on the Secretary of State for Transport to provide fair and sustainable longer-term funding to our city and for the government to increase the funding available for changing places toilets. Now, the Mayor has a Let's Do London campaign, but doing London is impossible for people with accessibility needs who are held back from doing so much. Age UK found 40% of people spend less time in a place because of the lack of loos. That doesn't sound like freely doing London to me. Londoners have so much to do in our incredible city, and we should focus on where Londoners go when they need to go. So I move the motion, and I hope you'll all support it.
Thank you. Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani to second the motion.
Thank you. I'm happy to second it now. It's been great to go around Brent and Harrow and around central London as well this summer to see our high streets, town centres really booming and tourist attractions getting busy again. The success of London's economy goes hand in hand with its spirit and inclusivity, and these two are very linked and intertwined. It's crucial that people from all backgrounds can participate in London's diverse community life and economy. Following on from the London Assembly's important work on this at the Health Committee, Age UK also, which Assembly Member Russell alluded to, have published their London Loos report, which also found that 81% of Londoners think that public toilet provision in their borough is bad, and over half say that they sometimes reduce the amount that they drink before leaving home. If you think about the summer that we've had, particularly in the beginning of August, and the impact of the heat wave on people and people restricting what they drink, that has a significant health impact on people as well. So clearly it's not an issue just of inconvenience, it's an actual health issue that affects people. I think we can even go even further, and it's something that we can look at going forward. It's not just about the toilets and accessible toilets we have, but also I'm thinking about my journey in on the tube. The closest tube station I have in to my home is Neasden Underground Station, and often there are signs on the toilets saying that they are closed due to vandalism. So I think there's a lot more work to do to find out how many toilets that could be open are not open for other reasons as well. TfL should be guaranteeing accessible toilets in all new stations and retrofitting existing ones along its network, but as I said, also important is opening up those closed-off toilets as well. With a fairer funding system from government, local councils can also build and maintain more accessible and modern toilets in our town centres and high streets. I do welcome the government's £30 million scheme for councils to install changing places. It's a good start to see those toilets installed. But I'm sure we would all love the government to build on its success and announce a new round of bigger funding so that councils can benefit from the scheme, and also provide local authorities the revenue funding to make sure that they can be maintained and kept open as well. I thank Assembly Member Russell for proposing this important motion.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Assembly Member Boff.
Thank you. I welcome this from Caroline Russell, and you shouldn't be upset about being, known for this one thing. It's always better to be known for one thing rather than being unknown for nothing. Very much support this motion. I think it's. I'd like to also give a tribute to actually the Caroline Russell of old, who was the Conservative member Victoria Borwick, who banged on about this extensively with the previous mayor, and regrettably she wasn't able to persuade the previous mayor that we should have toilets on the Elizabeth line and indeed the Barking Riverside extension, which concerns me a lot. The older I get, the more I'm concerned about this issue, I must say. And but also, it quite rightly, this motion gives prominence to the very important Changing Places scheme, and this is something that is transformational for the carers and disabled people who need those facilities. Absolutely transformational. The more I was embarrassed some years ago to be in the presence of a councillor from Nottingham. And we were talking about this Changing Places scheme. And in Nottingham, they had more, in that one city, they had more Changing Places toilets than we did in London. And that is a dreadful, dreadful shame. And so I welcome this motion. I welcome the progress on Changing Places, and I'll certainly be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? In that case, I ask Assemblymember Russell to wind up.
Just very briefly, thank you very much to Assemblymember Harani for seconding, and also to Assemblymember Boff for your words. I hadn't ever thought of myself as the Victoria Boric of toilets, but but you know, the ask of this motion is very simple. The benefits are universal for everyone in London. Just give London more loos on our transport system and everywhere. Thank you.
All those in favour of the motion?
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
That's great, unanimous, great. Thank you very much. Resolution is 3.10. It's on dial-a-ride, and the mover is Assemblymember Best.
Thank you, Chair. Things have been quite tasty today, but hopefully this won't be so tasty, and I'm hoping there is unanimous support, and I can be fairly brief without paying the due credence to the subject matter that it requires. So many of you will be familiar with the dial-a-ride service, and you may well have family members or friends who rely on it as well, and will know how important it is for them. Clearly, over the last few years, elderly and disabled Londoners have faced the exacerbated entrenching of barriers, and dial-a-ride is one way in which they can overcome those, especially in this new post-COVID era. And the changes that the report we're talking about today, that my seconder, and thank you, Caroline Pigeon, knows very well, the changes and recommendations that are put forward in the Door-to-More report are really quite simple and could be quite effective and easily implemented. And those are the sorts of things we should be highlighting how quickly need to happen. And yes, TfL faces a lot of challenges ahead, but we don't want these placed on the back burners and want them to get be given the priority they need. And they mainly come down to booking availability and operating hours. And if we could just get these things sorted, then the dial-a-ride, already great dial-a-ride service, could be so much more to users. A few user quotes here from June. Dial-a-ride is the only way I get out. I go to this group at church. If I don't go there, I don't go out. From Angela, dial-a-ride is door-to-door, so I don't have to get dropped off half a mile away from where I'm going. Whatever my destination is, they're not dropping me around the corner, they're dropping me direct, and that's important. Dana said, so dial-a-ride lets me go to places, it lets me socialise with my friends, see my family and go shopping. It basically gives me independence. I hope that we will unanimously pass this motion today and emphasise to TfL how important it is to quickly make those changes to the booking system and operating hours in particular, which would so help so many Londoners. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And the seconder for this motion is Assemblymember Hall.
No, it's me.
Oh, sorry. I'm on the wrong page there.
Sorry, apologies, Chair. I think that's an error here.
Yes.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
Assemblymember Pigeon. But it does say Hall on my papers. That's why I said
Apologies,
that.
No problem. No problem. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to second this motion. Thank you, Assemblymember Best. My interest in dial-a-ride goes back many years. In fact, in my first year on the London Assembly, I actively reached out to find out the views of dial-a-ride users. And that was 14 years ago. And since then, I've continually asked questions to the Mayor, taken up huge numbers of issues of casework. And the issue of dial-a-ride performance has also been a really important issue that the London Assembly Transport Committee has looked at on a number of occasions. And at its best, dial-a-ride is an incredible service. And as this report, which we're mentioning today, demonstrates, it uniquely provides independence. It allows people to get out of the house, to meet people and participate in activities across our wonderful city. And whilst it's really important that we make public transport accessible, we have to remember that for some people, getting to a bus stop, let alone a train or tube station, is just not ever going to be doable. So this door-to-door transport is essential. And whilst we know that dial-a-ride at its very best is an amazing service, and I give real credit to the dial-a-ride drivers who really make the service what it is, there are many areas where it could be improved, especially with how bookings are made. And this report that we've talked about today, which I'm delighted to have done the foreword for, written by Age UK London and Transport for All, really does show practically how you could improve dial-a-ride. And I hosted a meeting here in July which the group leads from Transport all attended, and there were quite warm words from Transport for London at that meeting. But I have to say the initial written response we've seen from TfL has been disappointing, if we're going to be polite about it. I really hope our motion and further work we do on this will start to make TfL and the Mayor look at that again, because with some small changes you could absolutely transform this service and the lives of many, many Londoners.
Great, thank you. Are there any other Assembly Member? Baker, please.
I just want to speak really briefly on this because the Labour group is supporting this, but I wanted to make clear how strongly we're supporting this motion. So just really, really briefly, it was so good to go to the round table and the launch that Assembly Member Pidgeon hosted about a month ago and speak to and hear from users of dial-a-ride about how good it is, but how much better it could be. And the points made by Assembly Member Best about what could be improved, but also publicity. There are people who could benefit from this service who don't even know it exists. So, yes, we'll be supporting it, and thank you both for bringing it forward.
Any other contributions? Okay, in that case, I ask Assembly Member Best to sum up.
I'd just like to thank everyone for their support on this and leave it there.
Great, thank you. All those in favour of the motion?
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
That's great. Thank you. The next motion, 3.11, has been withdrawn. And the next motion after that is the urgent motion. Is the urgent motion that has been brought out to my attention. That is this, that I've been asked. So I've been informed of one item. Is it one or two?
It's now two, Chair.
Yes.
This is the first
I have been informed of two items which I have admitted to be to the agenda as urgent business in concordance with the Section 100B4 of Local Government Act 1972, namely an urgent motion. The motion has been tabled and circulated to members. Understanding Order 3.12, I now invite the proposer of the motion, Assembly Member Zach Polensky, to make a statement of up to 1 minute in length as to why the Assembly should consider the urgent motion. The Assembly member, this is a motion regarding Pakistan. The Assembly member will make a case for 1 minute. After that, I will take a vote without debate on whether we do go on to consider the motion or not.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the reasons why this is urgent. We've put the grounds as follows to the Chair in writing. The government of Pakistan and the UN launched a joint $160 million response plan on 30th of August 2022 to help with the long-term recovery, which was the same day as the motions deadline, meaning there would not be enough time to put a motion together for submission by the deadline. In addition, the flooding in Pakistan is very severe, with rainfall nearly 3 times the national 30-year average, with flooding likely to worsen according to the United Nations. And finally, the announcement of government aid, which the motion asked to be increased, came after the motion's deadline, with early estimates of the damage suggesting they'll have a $10 billion impact. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll take a vote. Does the Assembly wish to consider this as an urgent motion? All those in favour?
Those in favour.
Okay.
I think that's unanimous.
That's unanimous, okay. In that case, I ask Assemblymember Plensky to formally move the motion, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Assembly for recognising it as an urgent motion. What is happening right now in Pakistan is heartbreaking. 33 million people are affected, 1.6 million homes. And of course, this is a climate justice issue. And when we say climate justice, that is not just a buzzword, that is essentially what is happening at the heart of this, which is so often the people who are least resilient to the effects of climate chaos are often bearing the worst brunt of it. And that's exactly what is happening here. According to the government of Pakistan, a third of the country is underwater right now. The equivalent of that is the size of the UK. That's the scale of crisis that is being dealt with right now. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has called it a climate catastrophe. Whole villages have been cut off, people are without food and drinking water, and displaced people are living on the roadside without shelter. That's enough of my words. I think it's best to quote the Pakistan's climate change minister, Sherry Rehman, who told the BBC that richer countries need to do more to help poorer countries faced with devastation caused by climate change. She went on to say richer countries have got rich on the back of fossil fuels and have been burning their way to kingdom come. Finally, she said, the country is now feeling the heat, quite literally, of other people's development and greed. So this motion is calling on the government to provide both short and long-term aid funding to save lives and emergency relief, because it looks like the rain will continue to come. Please back this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I ask Assemblymember Sheikh to second the motion, please.
Formally second, reserve my right, Chair.
Assemblymember Bukhari.
Thank you, Chair. This August, City Hall was lit up in green and white lights to celebrate the 75th Independence Day of Pakistan. And the Pakistan High Commissioner actually presented the Mayor of London with the Satari Pakistan Award on the same day. So obviously there is a very proud connection between Pakistan and Britain, and especially London, with 224,000 British Pakistani Londoners contributing to the city every day. I and myself are very proud of my Pakistani heritage. My father was born in the Punjab, and my mother actually her family originated from the Sindh. So with its stunning sky, high mountains, green valleys, it's no surprise that travel vloggers call it the #1 destination. When I saw those images, my heart really did hurt. Pakistan, in fact, no country can cope with this level of rainfall, and it's been described as a monsoon on climate steroids, the biggest disaster in Pakistan's history. Last night I got in touch with a friend of mine, Tufal Hussain. He's the director of the Islamic Relief charity. He's there right now amongst the devastation, and it's unimaginable. It's heartbreaking. The Islamic Relief charity is a DEC member charity. Donating to the Disaster Emergency Committee will mean that money will go directly to those charities who are there right now. I really hope that the Mayor of London can promote those charities that are there right now. Currently, Islamic Relief are building new flood-resistant shelters for families, restocking animals, getting cash for work for projects to remove debris. Even efforts are being made to prevent gender-based violence and safe spaces for women and children, providing support for vulnerable people with counselling, and even trying to make sure there are services to benefit the disabled and women who are pregnant. So this is really vital work. I do hope that the Mayor, and I'm sure he will, make sure that that message comes across, that Londoners care about Pakistan. The pictures are devastating. There's no denying it. We need to make sure that we do all we can to continue that message of support. Thank you so much for this motion.
Thank you. Assemblymember Hall, and then Hirani after that. Assemblymember Hall.
Thank you. Hina, you said your heart hurts, and I think all of us that have watched the television to see the devastation, all of our hearts have hurt, because it is truly dreadful. The one thing that gives me hope is whatever else, doesn't matter which party's in charge, this country has got a very, very good reputation. When things are bad, they do send people in. And I do want to read you something that Liz Truss, who at that time was Foreign Secretary, our now Prime Minister, said on the 1st of September. The UK stands with Pakistan as tens of millions of people face devastating floods, which have left a third of the country an area roughly the size of the UK underwater. As a major humanitarian donor, we will do all that we can to get life-saving aid to the most vulnerable, including through this £15 million package of support. The government of Pakistan and the UN launched a joint appeal on 30th of August for $160 million to help the long-term recovery. Early estimates of the damage suggest that it will have a $10 billion impact. I think as time goes on, we'll see more aid going, quite rightfully, because I'm afraid our hearts are going to hurt over this for quite some time. We'll, of course, support this, and thank you for bringing it.
Assemblymember Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. A third of Pakistan is underwater with more rainfall expected to come. I know it's been difficult, especially for the Pakistani diaspora in London as well. But the community response that I've seen has also been very humbling. Some collection points have been set up, I know in the Brent part of my constituency, as well at the Pakistan Community Centre and St Andrew's Church in Sudbury. And the community response and the contribution from councillors as well, volunteering, making sure that they're supporting the effort has been really humbling to see. It's great to see us coming behind this issue collectively with all parties. And I think the message we can send from this Assembly today is that London stands with Pakistan.
Great, thank you. In the absence of any other contribution, I'm going to ask Assembly Member Sheikh to make a contribution now.
Yeah, the catastrophe that we're witnessing in Pakistan, I think, is all the more heartbreaking because climate campaigners, particularly those in the global south, have been highlighting this crisis for decades. And we knew these consequences were coming, and like Assemblymember Bakari, my family's heritage originates from Pakistan, so this situation really does cut quite close to the bone. And I've been part of that fight for climate justice, and it was absolutely spot on for Assemblymember Polanski to highlight the words climate justice, because the reason we use the word justice, it's key to stop the climate conversation being depoliticized. The climate crisis is here because of political choices and insufficient political action to date. The government's plan to make a climate transition that achieves justice for those communities that we're talking about today that are affected by this is slow and not good enough. The government's target to achieve net zero by 2050 is not good enough. Continuing to subsidise fossil fuel companies is not good enough. Lifting the ban on fracking is unacceptable. Now, as you've also heard from Assemblymember Polanski, the reason we use the word justice is because countries that are the least responsible for climate change are the ones on the front line. Pakistan produces less than 1% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and yet as of last night, 1,355 people have died, with 33 million people being displaced or made homeless. How is that fair? How is that just? This flooding has perpetuated outbreaks of waterborne skin and eye diseases, with health experts warning that this situation is likely to worsen and huge levels of health infrastructure have been destroyed. Now, I wanted to show my deep appreciation and echo the words of my colleagues to so many of Londoners' generosity and support to Pakistan flood relief efforts, and to recognise the huge organising efforts of many Pakistani communities in London to coordinate this. The Labour Group will be supporting this motion to recognise the flood relief aid being given by this government and to urge the government to do more, but not just through aid, but connecting the dots and understanding that our climate inaction here causes devastation elsewhere. And without connecting those dots, we will continue to see disasters like this around the world.
Great, thank you. Assemblymember Polanski to sum up, please.
In 10 seconds, I just want to say thank you very much to the cross-party solidarity and support, and thank you to Assemblymember Sheikh for seconding as well. Thank you all. Please vote for the motion.
All those in favour of the motion?
I think that's unanimous, Chair.
It's very good that we have shown unanimous support for this motion. I have one other urgent business to admit to the agenda under the urgent business in accordance with Section 100B(4) of the Local Government Act 1972, namely an urgent motion. The urgent motion has been tabled and circulated in the name of Assemblymember Cooper and to be seconded by Assemblymember McCartney. Understanding Order 3.12, I now invite the proposer of the motion, Assemblymember Cooper, to make a statement of up to 1 minute in length as to why the Assembly should consider the urgent motion. And at the end of that, without debate, I'll take a vote on whether to admit it or not. So over to you, Assemblymember Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. The reason for urgency is because of the government's announcement concerning fracking in the House of Commons today, and actually because of the content of the previous emergency motion that we've just discussed. It's really, really important that we reaffirm the position that we are so strongly against fracking. We really must start joining the dots between what we're doing here in this country and the climate impacts, the climate devastation that's taking place around the rest of the world. It's a very short motion, and I hope everyone will agree that we need to debate this. Thank you.
All those in favour of the motion being debated? All those in favour?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour of the debate, Chair.
Okay. All those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 against, Chair. So I think there is a majority in favour of debating the motion.
Okay. As the Assembly has accepted that this motion should be admitted as urgent business, I ask Assemblymember Cooper to formally move her motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say a couple of words rather than just formally moving it. There could be nothing more disastrous than us moving away from the ban that we've had on fracking, hydraulic fracturing to release shale gas. It is absolutely against all of our targets as a country, and we've just been debating issues earlier on today saying that a 2050 target is too late in any case. And if we start fracking for shale gas in this country, our chances of even hitting net zero by 2050, let alone what we should be doing, which is trying to hit net zero by 2030, will just be blown out of the window. Listening to some of the debate in the House of Commons, I heard people, MPs, standing up and talking about, why haven't we gone forward with a barrage in Cardiff Bay? Why haven't we done more about onshore wind? Why haven't we done more about offshore wind? And of course, as we've just been debating today, including in our motion that we accepted on the energy crisis, why are we not doing more to actually reduce individual householders and in some cases businesses' use of heating products and industrial processes that produce carbon dioxide? We really need to get very serious as a country. It's great that the current London plan, which has now been finally accepted by the government, includes a strong position against fracking, but we really need to make it absolutely crystal clear to anybody at all who thinks London will welcome fracking. It isn't welcome in London at all because it contributes to the climate emergency that is devastating countries either by massive floods or indeed by massive fires. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Assemblymember McCartney.
Thank you, Chair. I second this motion. Fracking is dirty and dangerous, and we've recognised that before. It undermines investment in renewable, and it is environmentally harmful. It causes the release of methane, the possible contamination of water supplies. And being from the northwest originally, I know the concern evident around the past fracking operations in Blackpool, with concern around tremors that really turned public opinion against any such operation. I think that's key. The public are not in favour. The other thing is that this comes on the back of the new PM saying she will allow new oil and gas drilling licences. It is the wrong way for our country to go. And even the new Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, MP, just said a few months ago that if we lifted the fracking moratorium, it would take up to a decade to extract sufficient volumes, and it would come at a high cost for communities and our precious countryside. He also made the point that private companies are not going to sell the shale gas they produce to UK consumers at below market price. They're not charities, after all. So this is the wrong decision, and it's important that we reaffirm our opposition to fracking in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. I've had an indication from Assemblymember Devenish.
Thank you, Chair. There's 2 points here very clearly. One is there has to be local democratic consent. We're not saying, the government's not saying fracking everywhere. They're saying local decision making, and I think that's right. But there's another point the party opposite really need to have a clue on. You talk about wanting to spend money on X, of Y and Z. Money has to come somewhere. It has to come from growth, and this government is committed to growth. And fracking and oil and gas means there will be business growth, and that is what it's simply about.
Thank you. Can I have Assembly Member Garrett, please?
Thank you, Chair. I look forward to a carbon-free future, and I think that is where we want to get, and I think that is where we will get. But it will take years to get there, and in the meantime, we need gas to keep people from freezing to death in their homes this winter and next winter and the winter after that. And so the question isn't whether we burn gas. The question is whose gas we burn. That's the question. And if we do not deliver our own supply, we hand power to the toxic petropolitics of nations such as Russia, such as Saudi Arabia, such as Iran, who have and exploit their reserves. The choice is, do we give them that power and leverage over us? Do we grant Russia the power to use its oil and gas as a weapon and as a threat to warn off democratic states from aiding Ukraine? Because that is what they are doing right now. That is the choice, not whether we burn gas for the next few years, but whether we get that gas from liberal democracies who share our values, from ourselves, or from dictators. And voting against oil and gas from Britain and from our liberal democratic allies is not voting against oil and gas, it's voting to give enormous power and enormous wealth to people like Putin, to like Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia, and I don't understand how anyone would be in favour of that. It is a difficult question. I understand that it is a difficult question, and I understand that people are not enthusiastic about fracking. The concern is that it is not a simple choice between fracking or not fracking. It is about where we get the gas from, whose gas we're buying, and who is getting the money from us and from consumers when they buy gas to heat their homes. Should it stay here or should it go to Putin? That is the question. That is the question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Plenary to speak, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Fracking will only increase our dependence on fossil fuels, and we are in a fossil fuel, dirty, expensive fossil fuels crisis. There is no way that any solution to so many of this country's problems, whether, as I've said today or earlier, whether it's the climate crisis, the energy crisis, cost of living crisis, or indeed the income crisis, none of this can rely in the future on fossil fuels. So the question is, how do we make that transition? And the solutions there are perfectly obvious. We know we need to insulate homes in Britain. We know we need to invest in renewables. We know we need onshore wind, offshore wind, and we need tidal and solar. And Survation actually just did a poll very recently, and they asked members of the public what they thought about these alternative energies. Fracking had the least support and was actually the most opposed. These others, solar, onshore and offshore wind, were the most popular. So when I hear about local democracy and listening to Londoners and listening to people in the UK, people don't want fracking, and it's not a surprise they don't want fracking. Who wants water and chemicals pushed into the ground? Who wants their water contaminated? We already have problems with sewage and water. We don't want more of this, especially when there are better solutions there. There was a fair response about who's going to pay for this. The Green Party have been proposing a windfall tax, but not the windfall tax that the Conservative government have put forward. We would close those loopholes that actually subsidise oil and gas companies, which are absurd and disingenuous, so we do it properly. I am pleased the Labour Party are on board and have proposed this. There was a famous party political broadcast of the Green Party a few years ago where we satired ministers or shadow ministers with children. And there was a very famous moment of Liz Kendall looking into the camera, child playing Liz Kendall and saying, "I don't know why people don't like fracking. I literally love it." So I'm really pleased that other parties have moved on to this too. I don't think there's any real support for fracking in this country. I think the public know that we have a climate emergency, and the idea that fossil fuels are going to be an answer to fill the deficit is, for the birds. We ultimately need to be insulating all the homes, and we need to be making sure that we're investing in renewables. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Assembly Member Boff.
It's this vain idea that you can just turn the switch off now, and that's all you need to do. Just turn the switch off now, and everybody will be okay. We are debating at every single assembly, as far as I'm concerned, fuel poverty. Those people who are in fuel poverty. To take the action of the established Assembly's position, which was established in 2014, and may I say I voted against it then, to take the Assembly's view is to make those in fuel poverty poorer. It reduces the opportunities to provide them with the heat and the power that they need to get through what could be a record cold winter. So as we feed our vanity and show to the world how very, very green we are, let's actually think about those people who will suffer as a result of us not looking for alternate forms of energy as we go towards net zero. It's not as though anybody is arguing that we want to get rid of fossil fuels, that we want to become a cleaner, have a cleaner economy. And indeed, the government has invested record amounts in renewables, record amounts that is the envy of Europe in renewables. But you can't just turn the switch off. You've got to care for people, and those people who your policies will impoverish.
Are there any other contributions? In that case, I'll ask Assemblymember Cooper to sum up, please.
I thought I wouldn't need to, but it turns out that some points have been made in the debate that I do feel the need to reply to. Look, you know, we've spent the last 12 years not focusing sufficiently on investment into many of the technologies that would provide growth, that would provide many jobs, and we do not need to be investing more into oil and gas or into fracking. That's all very expensive, and in any case, as someone has pointed out in the debate, it's not even going to produce any energy in the next 2 years anyway. So the arguments about it's either our gas versus Saudi gas or Russian gas is actually irrelevant, because it isn't going to be that isn't going to be there for a couple of years. You know, we should have been investing more into hydro. We should have been investing more into solar, and we are starting to do that, but we are doing it more slowly than we should have done. Obviously, solar and wind don't operate all of the time, but certainly if you look at hydro and you look at wave power, you know, it's absolutely there the whole time. So onshore and offshore wind turbines. But of course, if you really want to look at how to help people in terms of their costly electricity bills, I think there has started to be public debate now about this, you know, decoupling the actual cost of production of energy that comes from the renewable sources, decoupling that from the cost of gas that's being imported, is something that we now need to be starting to talk about more, and not in such a way that companies that are producing energy that is still dirty for 15 years, that they're going to end up with the same amount of money being given to them. We need to be talking, though, about how cheap it is for wind power to produce electricity, and we need to be relying on that more and more, and less on new technologies like fracking. I mean, to suggest that we're turning it off, it isn't even turned on at the moment, so that's an argument that makes no sense to me either. And in terms of jobs, if we don't start insulating our properties with external wall insulation, internal wall insulation, as well as moving towards having energy that's created that goes into both the domestic and the industrial setting that is fossil-free, then we are just going to continue on the track that we're on at the moment, and we're going to see more disasters like Pakistan in other countries around the world. Please support this emergency motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All those in favour of the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour. Chair.
All those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 against. Chair. That motion is carried. Okay, the motion is carried. This brings us to the end of the motions, but not end of the business. So just give me 2-3 more minutes and we'll be over. The Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meetings held between May 2022 and July 2022. Can we note this recommendation, please? It's proposed that the London Assembly uses the 6th October 2022 plenary meeting
principally to hold a question and answer session with invited guests on the legacy of the 2012 London Olympic Games and Paralympic Games. Do we agree with the recommendation? The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, 15th of September 2022 in this chamber at City Hall. And as there's no other urgent business, this is the end